I prefer turning the thing on. Thank you very much.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If Earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and vegs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat Earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Robert Edward, Pablo de la Cruz, Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, the name's Burley, J Mel's 24, Unimento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, where am I? Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links to Patreon, as I say, are below this video. But with that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
Rough start.
Oh, my hand's not turned up enough. One more time.
Oh, I'm just having a rough start.
Oh, fair enough. I won't talk to you too much then.
Oh, just fine, rough start. The car ain't starting. What? Your body ain't starting.
Neil, I got 6 kids living in the house with me.
So you have a normal start.
Nothing normal about having 6 kids.
But John, it is. Which I don't know how he's so calm with 6 kids.
I'm just jealous. I'd have had more kids had I not been in an apartment. If we'd have been in a house, I'd have at least had 1 more at the very minimum, probably 2 more. So I'd be at 4, you'd be at 6. It's like, wow, what's the difference when you get past a couple? I think a couple's very manageable, if not easy, by comparison to 6.
Well, actually, 3 is maximum entropy, right? Any more chaos that you add after 3 just makes it has an inverse reaction, and you have kids start like taking care of the other ones, you know.
Oh, I see. So in terms of the progression, you go from 1 being a complete shock, but definitely manageable after a little bit of practice, to 2 being horrendous in terms of it's a lot of work. 3 being like you're pushed to your absolute limits, but by the time you get to your 4th, your 1st is helping a little bit. So it can't really get much worse. And then if you have a 5th, well, the 1st and 2nd are kind of helping a little bit now. If anything, it's slightly easier. I get you.
And the lineup efficiency arcs on computer components, you know, like you just got to do it right. And I ain't got the formula down, so it's a little chaotic.
You need equipment before you start the formula. And the equipment is duct tape. No, duct tape and rope.
Oh, sorry, I was thinking something different.
Preferably now stage tape because it's a lot stronger than duct tape.
That's how you get your women, is it? Duct tape.
No, I see my kids are grown, but I wish I would have had that, the advice that I'm giving.
Very good.
Or you could break it up like I did. I had 2 daughters. Then when they were 10 and 9, I found another girl. We got married. And then I had 3 kids. So I broke them up into, 2 sections.
You're a franchisee then, huh?
Yeah, I was doing a little franchising. But I thought that was normal. They're supposed to help because I didn't know when I was growing up. My mother had 5 boys plus me, and it was like mandatory. I could remember freaking carrying bags of laundry at 9 years old to the freaking laundromat. Like, you guys are getting away with murder. My boys do nothing.
Really?
There's nothing to do.
Oh, you haven't enthused them with doing it yourself enough then?
No, it's nothing to do. It's not like we have a washing machine. Back in Brooklyn, we didn't have one. So what did they do? Bring it to the laundry room and start it? Yeah.
Yeah, you get one of the kids on the mangle.
What I had to do.
Get one of them in a bowl with suds, the other one on a mangle. If you haven't got a mangle, what's wrong with you?
There you go. Like, we had to go to the store. Like, I was going to the store freaking 3 times a day. Pack of Viceroy and Salem. Those were the cigarettes that I had to get. Besides that, I had to run my mother's numbers to the bookie.
Run your mom's numbers and get her the cigarettes. It's important stuff going on.
Exactly.
Hey, I understand completely. In Kentucky, loading the dishwasher was like getting your mom drunk. You know what I mean?
Oh, boy. Good stuff. So what are we doing here? How's it going with the book? Any word from Chuck?
No word. I'm enjoying the fact that I'm having a bit of a time off in that regard. Once it went off my desk, I asked my wife last night, I was like, are you pleased that the stress of actually doing it's over? And she's like, yeah, definitely. It does feel less stressful now that we're not having to do it. So from that perspective, it's like, well, if there's a week or even 2 weeks where it's off my desk and for whatever reason, the publisher's doing what he does, I'm not even going to chase him. It's like, well, I'm sure he'll get back to me as soon as it's ready with a link. As far as I'm aware, I've had all my payment information processed through him, as is my wife. So you're like, there's nothing else to do. If he comes back to me and says, it's good that I haven't heard from him, because he's not like, you need to have done this.
Yep.
So in the meantime, I'm still fiddling with, I can't make up my bleeding mind what mic I want to walk around with. And the ones that are good and have a silent switch don't sound as nice. And you're like, well, just use that one. No one cares how you sound. And you're like, yeah, but I do. When I'm listening back to the show, I know I could sound better on a nicer mic. So then I've gone full circle. I started with this instrument mic that's been well used, and therefore the switch is slightly better than the one I ended up replacing it with. But the one I ended up replacing it with was new, and it had a switch that was even noisier. So then I kept reverting to this sort of middle-of-the-road, fairly cheap mic that just happens to have a worn-out switch because it's silent. And I never like the sound of it when I hear it back, when I hear my own voice on it. So now I'm back to square one with the mic that started it with, because it's the one that had a switch on it that I started using. I was like, I prefer this was a proper handheld version of it, like the Freddie Mercury mic. So I bought one, and they both got noisy switches. So like, every time I turn myself off when I'm using one of these 2 mics, I can hear the switch clicking. That kind of annoys me. My point being that I can worry about stupid nonsense like this. I'm not stressing about the language in my book. And that's a relief. I can fuss about which mic sounds best.
Right on the quality of the mics in your situation with the mics rather than stressing over the book. Right on.
No, use it
exactly.
missing it. Use it missing it. Not talking about you. Yeah, that's fine. What about the people out there that are wringing their hands for this book? You can say, yeah, well, it's off my desk. If it takes 2 weeks, come on. You got people out there that have been waiting for a long time.
Well, the best things come to those who wait.
So what you're saying is no news is good news from Chuck.
Yeah.
It definitely is at first.
Yeah, if he got back to me and was like...
Then he doesn't have to go... Oh, go ahead, Nathan.
No, you tell him. Go ahead, Christian.
Yeah, bro. I mean, then he's not sweating over Chuck sending back to him that, oh, you need to correct this or do that and do this. Yeah, that takes stress off of Nathan's back. Now, yeah, if quite a bit of time passes where it's like, okay, what's going on? Then, okay, diligently, okay, what's going on? But yeah, at first it's like, yeah, there's a piece in it that, yeah, that he's not being, having it thrown back at him that, oh, this and that needs to be done.
You know what?
Yeah.
I hate to change the subject, but I want to divert it slightly because there's an unusual phenomena to be studied here, and that's Nathan's wife wasn't a flat earther. I don't think when she started editing this.
What, he's a flat earther now? I didn't hear that.
I didn't hear that either. You know something I don't. I don't think I've asked her. I could ask her for you if you want me to.
It's news.
Well, I would like to know. Yeah, just out of curiosity, did she pick up any information from writing it that lets her know?
Well, I've asked her that.
What their purpose is.
Oh yeah, I absolutely asked her about that. I was like, what's your general impression that you get after going through the book a bazillion times? Now that it's concluded, what's your impression after reading it? So like Neil asked me, well, you've just recently read it. What's your impression of your own book? And then I gave him my opinion. Well, I did the same with my wife when we finished the editing process because it was her that was reading it constantly. So her answer was, I could quote it almost verbatim. I understand that the Earth is measured flat in all circumstances, end quote. That was her answer. So after reading the book over and over and over again, it really did brighten my day when that was what she said in response. I'm like, well, that was my main objective. If I'm going to have to rewrite it and have to come up with new material and have to discard stuff that's been stolen. Like, what's the word? There's a term for it. Cut your losses. Once you've cut your losses, you've got to then start somewhere again. And to have done that, you've got to kind of put positive spin on it. And my positive spin was that I wanted to incorporate the fact that Earth was measured flat in all circumstances into all of the housekeeping questions. So that's the overarching message that comes through, rather than this is how you debunk Earth curve, or this is how the magnetic core's debunked, or whatever. My overarching ambition was to get the fact that Earth was measured flat into the context of the book from start to finish. So when she responded, I understand that Earth is measured flat in all circumstances, I'm like, well, that's job's a good one. Couldn't be more delighted. But I've never said, well, do you understand, therefore, that Earth is flat? Because that kind of feels like being a bit like gin. You're like, well, isn't that redundant? If you understand it's measured flat, you either enter into cognitive dissonance or you just get on with your day. You know what I mean?
Right, but I like you said, that response is actually what I was hoping for you from the book. So, because she was like the perfect person to do it, because the way I always perceived her is like she knew what you did, but she didn't really involve herself that much directly in it. You know what I mean?
No, because most of what
like the perfect person for it.
You've got to remember that the impression of most people when they say, well, she knows what you did, that being, from her perspective, I would imagine, the perception of me being a YouTuber and the drama that goes into Flat Earth when Flat Earth becomes a social description of people rather than Earth, its surface and its measurements. So her perception would be the drama and the people and the interpersonal relationships that people like you and I specifically have, John, right? You being an example, but, in general terms, how we are interacting now would be the perception of me, what I do on my show. And if that's in debate, it's then, rather than a friendly you, it's someone else who isn't friendly. But it's still about the interaction between two people as opposed to the brass tacks of it, right? The measurements. The whole point of what we've done for 12 years, and I'm kind of illustrating this in some parts of the book also, is to mask the fact that Earth's it's really basic explanation. If you just say to someone, well, it's just measured flat, they go, oh, no, it isn't. Well, again, you can enter into cognitive dissonance if you like, go away. But if you just go, well, what do you mean? Well, just look at any Earth measurement. It doesn't matter which. They're all flat. There aren't any exceptions. If it's a measurement and it involves Earth, it is flat. But that's kind of the end of the discussion. If you want to now engage in, again, cognitive dissonance of, well, I thought it was a ball, you're like, well, you can think what you like, believe whatever you want. But that has been masked with, this person's claiming that person's a tranny. This person says that there's been a Mandela effect and things have changed. This person says there was no planes on 9/11. That's what it turns into, doesn't it? And your dispute with, what do you mean trees used to be silicon? Are you stupid? Then that becomes the discussion. It's like, okay, what's the altitude of the trees? So it's measured flat then. Good.
I tell you what, this subject, like the speed at which a red herring will be shot at you when you're trying just to discuss it with someone is astonishing. Like it immediately goes away from any kind of measurement or description to some craziness, like right away when you're talking to normal people about it.
Yeah. Or they'll attempt to work outside of the convention with something that they can ham-handedly ascribe to a justification for believing in a ball. I suppose that's also a red herring. If the subject's how do we measure Earth, then that ultimately is also a red herring, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. Like you say, well, Earth's measured flat. Well, what about gravity? What? What are you talking about? What about it?
Exactly.
Yeah. So you go, oh, yeah, Earth's flat. Well, how do you mean? Well, if you take a directionality like north, that's horizontal. Okay. Well, what about why do objects of greater density fall through a medium of lesser density? What? They don't. What about if you fart, it goes up? No. But stuff mostly goes down with a force. What's that got to do with north?
And then getting you into a wrangle dangle of what is it? Whether or not it's gravity or RDD. Yeah, why you just hand wave dismiss the height of the object in respect to the horizontal plane of our flat Earth, and that it's measured from our flat Earth.
Well, you got that downwards vector that you got to explain on a sphere. Oh, wait, no, you don't.
Exactly. What do you mean downward vector? What's sphere?
I really like the origins of the fallacy when you talk about red herring fallacy, because the origins of it are from hunting. So you've got a tool for finding a fox, a dog, and you want it to follow the scent of the dog. So in order to see if you can catch the dog out in training, you drag red herring along the ground to see if the dog will be distracted by the red herring, right? So it's very stiff upper lip and British, and when you break down how is it etymology of the terminology for that particular fallacy. I don't know if it's etymology, if it's a fallacy as opposed to just a word, but regardless, that's what I mean, like where it comes from. Is so very British, isn't it? Red herring.
Oh, nice. That's the
Well, it is the English
genesis of the
language.
fallacy.
So say again, Christian.
Sorry. That's the description of the fallacy, the genesis of it, of the distraction of the dog.
Yeah, you're the dog. You're following the red herring if you chase after the gravity bit. It's like, hello, we've just described something that doesn't even involve having a dispute about it. The North is flat statement of fact is indisputable. Why are we now not only not acknowledging this fact, you're contradicting it with something completely unrelated that does admittedly also require perpendicularity with respect to a plane of reference, but it's inconsequential when you describe differences in the mediums that masses can traverse in one or other vector, up or down. Yeah, perpendicularity can link it back to the original point, but we've just said north is flat when you asked how it's measured flat, like it always is. The gravity is measured flat, perpendicular to a plane. North is flat, but the fact that we've brought gravity into it is like the dog chasing after the red herring.
Oh, yeah. When I was a kid and I didn't exactly know what the name of the fallacy was, me and my friends called it the sharp, shiny object. And basically, like when your parents was asking you questions that you didn't want to answer, you would hold something up and start talking about it. Just anything in the room.
I'm just so glad you're all catching up to me.
Oh, bless you, Neil. You are ace. But yeah, the squirrel type fallacy, where you're just distracted, like, oh, squirrel, squirrel, squirrel. Yeah, never mind where you were at in the first place. No, we're just there in the first place. The Earth being measured
funny thing
flat.
is, right, you point out it's flat, and then they point out something that also requires it to be flat as a red herring to try to get you off of it being flat. It's like they keep blasting you with flat Earth.
Yeah, they just hit themselves with a spade shovel. And you just measured flat and used flat, and then it's not flat.
No. The analogy that John
just get frustrated with Witsit.
just to reiterate that what John's describing, right? Because this is ironic and it's beautiful irony, John. I hope you agree with my breaking down of what you've just said. What you're saying is, initially, right, you want to end up in the description of the fallacy and say, well, are you going to chase the red herring or not? But what you get as the red herring in this particular instance could also be metaphorically described as a golden bullet. What does that mean? Well, no, let's keep it within the analogy. It's not a red herring that's being dragged along. It's another fox that they're dragging along. You're like, we're after the fox, are we? Oh, well, I'm going to drag a fox in front of your path. You're like, well, why? The objective is to get to flat Earth, and you've given me something that's perpendicular to a flat Earth by prerequisite. It requires Earth be measured flat also, as a distraction from the north that's flat. So you think you're dragging a red herring in front of me? No, you're dragging a fox of flat Earth measurements to distract me from the other fox of flat Earth measurements.
Very good.
That's
Very
exactly
good.
what it is.
I was going to take it to a slightly different analogy, which I'll now give because I've kept it within the red herring fallacy, right? It's, you go, where do we get a golden bullet of flat Earth measurements from? Oh no, they're firing at me. Well, what are they firing at you? Well, endless flat Earth golden bullets. Like that's all they've got. Golden flat Earth bullets is what they fire at you in response. You're like, okay. And are they shooting you? No. You can catch them in the air and go, it's got flat Earth engraved on it. Well, why? Well, he was coming in a trajectory. The description of the bullet's path would require a flat Earth. So you just go, bing! And it fires back at them. And it's like machine gun fire coming back at them. It's like you've got literal Matrix Force powers that Neo had when he just stops the bullets. Rather than them all dropping, they go, ping! Fly back. Because they're all flat Earth prerequisites. Or metaphorical foxes. Why are you distracting me with a flat Earth measurement to get away from a flat Earth measurement? Do you have anything other than flat Earth golden bullets to fire at me? No, they're all flat Earth prerequisites then. Dead.
But that's all they do have. What do you expect them to fire back? No matter what they come back with, it's going to require to be flat. I think we figured this out a long time ago.
I don't know if we did figure it out a long time ago. Someone was saying it in the comments of Master B. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Surf Daddy, right? He was saying, well, what I do when I can't remember what the circumstance was, but when I'm analysing people's rebuttals is to look for the flat Earth prerequisite. My response, yeah, that's all I do when I go through my comments. You're like, where's their utilisation of a flat Earth going to be? There it is. Oh, they're talking about north. Oh, they're talking about a degree. They're talking about a coordinate. Oh, they're talking about elevation from sea level or elevation angles. They're talking about concepts like radial values derived from flat Earth measurements. It's like no matter which way they turn, every bullet's a flat Earth prerequisite. Every distraction after the fact is a flat Earth measurement. You're like, there isn't any other way to measure Earth. And when you see it, you can't unsee it. It's like seeing the code. You're like, well, how do you turn it off? What do you mean turn it off? That's what it's made of. You can't turn it off.
That's why the last housekeeping question is perfect.
I think I'm kind of at the point now where it's funny. Like it wasn't funny at first. I mean, there's always been some humor to it when I seen it, but now it just cracks me up to hear people like try to argue about it. Like it's like they don't know what the words are saying mean.
What is this, John? Like when you're explaining it to somebody, it's like they see the dancing bear, but they choose not to see the dancing bear because it's obvious, right? When you say it, I mean, you can't freaking hide from it. And when you point it out to somebody that's been in the arena for as long as a lot of these people have been in it, they just continue on with something else. That's willful ignorance to me. Because I know you're seeing what I'm saying. I know you're getting it. So why are you talking about this other thing? That's what used to frustrate me with Witsit.
But there's human cognition is a really odd thing. Like we can pretend that we understand how the mind works all we want to, but we've never experienced existence outside of our own minds to be able to give any kind of objective, like we do the best we can with what we got. And we can form, like Occam's razor or things like that, and come to a decent guess. But the mind is it's an odd place, man.
Yeah, well, I know what it is. It's when they are willfully closing their eyes. They know the dancing bear's there. They see that the earth is flat, but they're talking about something else. It's because they got some hidden agenda that they're trying to push. Like with those guys, it was the ether, right? And which is not a dummy, regardless of, some of the things he may have said. He's not a stupid kid. Let's all be honest. He's not a dummy. So he sees it, he knows it, but he's got an agenda, and that agenda is ether.
I talk about that in my upcoming book, Measured Flat, in the chapter called Ether, where I talk about the bait and switch that takes place, where people bait people in with the intriguing nature of a flat Earth, and then switch to the assertion that there's free energy available and there's an ether.
There you go. The dream of free energy, right? Everybody has high electric bills, no matter where you are. So they're going to jump. Everybody's going to jump right on that because there's a hope there, right? There's a hope that, hey, they lied to us about everything. Let's find out about this ether that they ignored in Sagnac and whatever the other one was, Mickelson Morley.
And they set it up perfect because they're trying to prove a negative, right? So like they've immediately stepped on the opposite side of reason and logic to try to argue logically for this existence of something that is supposed to debunk Earth spin.
Earth's what? What'd you say? Earth's what?
Earth spin. Right?
Oh boy.
That's what they say. That's what they say ether does, right? You can't have ether and Earth spin at the same time.
I was going to say that it sets the two up in a position that violates gyroscopic motion for them to be in full dichotomy with one another, actually.
Yeah, they're trying to prove a negative, and it's like, what do you do? Why would you even try? Like it don't make sense. You don't have to prove a negative.
Right, exactly. It's not incumbent on you to have to try and disprove the suggestion that we're turning. And if there's a suggestion that we are turning, we could demonstrate it by measurement. There would be drifting gyros. Now, the fact that there isn't, because they're useful for being fixed in space, that's kind of the useful property that they possess. You need some flirt to assert that they do actually drift with a faulty gyro, and then suggest that rather than this inferred proof that Earth is turning underneath as a second reference frame, causing 15 degrees an hour drift in a gyro that's only useful function is to remain rigid in space. Once the Flurf makes that assertion, you can show that, oh no, that must mean Earth turning, like Foucault said. Like, what, violating the useful principles of gyroscopic motion. Okay, fine, well, let's take that as a read statement of truth. Well, if Earth's turning underneath the gyro to cause 15 degrees an hour, then deviation in the cage of the gyro, then Earth's turning underneath the fixed frame of reference of the spinning gyro to cause this deviation, ergo second reference frame, and Earth's turning underneath gyros that are in planes, causing the flight times to be shortened. When we compare it with an effect that's described only from a Coriolis that requires a flat plane to describe it with an axis running through it. So you've got flat planes of reference being used to infer that Earth turns underneath gyroscopic motion, which would cause Coriolis deflection actually observable. And we don't observe it. What, you and your reference frames are ruined is the kind of response we get when we point out there is no deflection in the form of Coriolis effect. So once that's in requirement of suggesting that we do see drift in gyros, heaven forbid any glurf makes that assertion, you need a patsy, Bob Nodell, to be the patsy for the suggestion that gyros do drift. No, they don't. They wouldn't be useful. But when Flat Flurf says they do, he can then set in motion the idea that that's capable of being positioned in false dichotomy with an ether that's causing the drift in gyros. Gyros don't drift. It's like, what a load of shite. Why is this being put into false dichotomy? Well, then you don't have to note that there's no burden to disprove what or prove what gyros do. There's no burden to suggest we don't observe Coriolis effect. There's no burden to suggest we don't see drift or that Earth isn't turning. These are all burden of proof reversal fallacies. Now, having to understand and unpack this means I can at least do so, but by the same token, why would you fall victim to this burden of proof reversal fallacy? Sorry, did you prove that we're spinning? Okay, on you go. How'd you prove that then? Well, Coriolis effect. Well, flight times would be shortened if Earth's turning underneath aeroplanes. What's that? Only one reference frame? Oh, I see. So we've got a non-positive claim with no proof. No Coriolis. What are you talking about? Piss off. You want to believe we're turning? Believe it. I don't care. You believe whatever you like. Meanwhile, you, in a tizzy, trying to prove to yourself that we are turning, requires you accept horizontal planes of reference be employed, even though we don't see it in reality, by way of a Coriolis deflection with a horizontal plane that's turning with an axis or anything. So you need a flat Earth to describe this then? Oh, no, we're going to whistle past the flat Earth we need to infer something that doesn't happen in reality. Like, oh my God, go away with your stupid cognitive dissonance. It's not incumbent on me to prove something isn't happening. I don't have to disprove unicorns. Like, you prove they are real. I'm not going to sit around here trying to prove that they're not real. That's stupid. It's an argument from ignorance fallacy, if you want to detail the actual fallacy. Trying to prove non-existence.
There's a guy, Daniel Simoniego. He's always in the chat. So I seen him in the lobby text chat. He's always back and forth with this gunner guy, some dude, whoever he is. So he laid out the whole flight thing from with diagrams and everything. And the guy says, in all your examples, you failed to add in Earth spin. Earth spin?
Did you forget to beg the question?
Yeah.
I stuck my perm in the book. Do you want to hear it again? See how well I can execute this.
Yeah.
Right, let's do it. So we got, without protestation or procrastination and at no risk of demonetization, the ether sensation is the manifestation of the vibration when viewing libration, and the perturbation in a variation of the background radiation when we view illumination. There is no postulation in my verbal masturbation, because the perception of the visualization of light emanation in a rotation toroidation, of magnetization through vacuum evacuation, show their Maxwellization propagation, with a motion demonstration phase quantization via quantum induction validation, where we view the Michelson-Morley experimentation showing consistent variation in the direction when illumination went on vacation at elevation in atmospheric stratification by interpretation, and there's a miniaturization. Oh, buggered that bit. And this is a miniaturization of the ether explanation. If you lack in comprehension, it's because of your education. Did I mention the free power generation? Long live the ether. This is a declaration and not a theory or hypothesization. Subscribe to Nathan Oakley 1980. Almost got all the way through it.
I wouldn't even attempt it.
Where did I balls that up? And that's a miniaturization. Yeah, I didn't even read it right the second time. And that's a miniaturization of the ether explanation. Say it one more time. And that's a miniaturization of the ether explanation. At some point, I'm sure I'm going to be reading it in my own book. So I should really get that. I should really put it in the same type size as the rest of it. So when I get to this lower size... Oh, I'm not on camera. I was pointing my iPad at the camera that's not on. Anyway, I did all right. 90% accuracy.
Yeah, but that was hot and heavy at one time, ether. It was called the Ether Wars.
It's all designed. It is all one big red herring. We might as well conclude this point that John essentially identified. Yes, it is all one big red herring fallacy. Why are we talking about ether? Because then we don't have to talk about flat Earth measurements when it's juxtaposed with an assertion that's not been proven that Earth spins. Great. As long as we can all whistle past how flat we need to be describing Earth as a non-inertial turning reference frame, everybody's happy. Don't mention the flat Earth prerequisites needed in this assertion. Shh. Ball. Or whether or not it's a ball. What's that? Flat Earth measurements in direction? Shut up! Shush. Don't talk about direction that's flat. Let's ignore that too. Clockwise horizontal directionality of the turn is irrelevant, right? Just the fact that we've got to measure Earth flat doesn't mean we have to identify Earth as being flat when we measure it that way in this example. Shush! Let's just compare whether or not it's ball-shaped, spinning, or not ball-shaped and not spinning. As long as everybody does that, you on the flat Earth, you need to tell us how it's not ball-shaped and or not spinning. That's it! Stick to where you're supposed to be doing your thing. Okay? Tell us how we're seeing too far compared to a ball's assertion. Tell us how we're not spinning compared to a ball's assertion. If you can do that, you're all right as a flat earther by me. We can have this conversation. But as soon as you start identifying how flat earth must be measured in prerequisite, then you're not my friend anymore, right? Know your place telling me to enter ball so I can tell you how it is. Maybe daring to tell me how flat it has to be measured for my ball to exist. That's just an outrage. Let's talk about this other flat earth prerequisite and not mention how flat earth must be measured for me to assert it by way of a distraction from this conversation that we've just had a little flare up about. Because you had to mention how flat we measure it first, didn't you? Didn't you? You had to do it. So let's talk about something else that requires flat earth measurements and just not mention how they require flat earth measurements, okay? You got it? You know your place now? Good. Now let's carry on calmly because you're very unreasonable.
You've got a hidden agenda talking about this flat earth stuff, flat earther. Like, obviously your rhetoric is agenda driven.
Yeah, just because Earth's measured flat in this prerequisite I need to claim sphericity doesn't mean it's flat, okay? I can use linear miles and not infer the flatness that's just been measured when I apply them with a calculation that says Earth's spherical. It's only the after-the-fact calculation of sphericity that we pay attention to. Oh, are you unreasonable? I can use flat Earth measurements and Earth not be flat, okay?
Yeah, it's like I don't know. I don't know if there's another topic that is like this one, as wild as it gets. Because really, when it gets down to it, it's kind of a boring subject. You just take the facts involved. It gets interesting when people start asserting their nonsense. You know what I mean? Like, maybe that's part of it too,
Well, let's look at the map guy. I mean, there's obviously something that's hit him, And instead of just coming to reality and being like, oh shoot, you know what? They're right. Just with the compass, he'll tell you no. He'll go out of his way too.
He'll assert that the perpendicular direction of up to north is actually north itself. It's insane. But that's what makes it interesting, because they are just blatantly wrong.
Well, yeah, then oh, sorry, John. But yeah, then you go to the cognitive pain to be vindictive, like with the mapping guy, to strike out against Nathan and be vindictive when all you had to do is just be a man about it and, okay, don't use my my image for your thumbnail. But no, you want to go down that road, and then I'm you're going to do this financially against me, and get lost with that nonsense. But it triggers you that way. Your butt hurt. No, stop it.
Oh, just address the guy that's dealing with you. That was one deck. One deck's the guy sending you emails. The heck you contacting Nathan for? Oh, because one deck gave you a concise answer, and you keep deleting it.
Oh, really? He was giving him
the other part too.
Really? I didn't know that. He was giving him he's deleting his responses.
Yep.
Yeah, he's projecting out his pain, and rather than projecting it onto one deck, he's projecting it onto me. In conclusion, after winning in regards to a legal matter with regards to fair use under monetization of his personal image in a thumbnail. So his justification after he's won, and I've gone, yeah, you're right. In terms of the legality of his image being used on a thumbnail. Now, it didn't need a copyright strike for that. It could have just been asked. It's not like I'm particularly precious about a video that's had about 800 views. Like, just ask me. Like, oh, no worries, yeah, you seem like a reasonable guy. What's that? You don't want to share or endorse anything with your imagery. Yeah, it sounds like a legality that you're kind of exploiting, but no worries, I'm not that precious about it. In fact, I'd already got a thumbnail made. No worries, I'll change it now. Oh, no. Let's do this little dance through the copyright system instead, where it puts my ability to feed my 2 children in jeopardy, because that's perfectly reasonable. And once that business is concluded, you can then carry on a conversation that you keep deleting in comments with one deck. I later find out. All right, why did you keep deleting his comments when he talked about cardinal directions like I had to chastise you with in my response after our business with regards to your imagery use was concluded? Oh, it's because you're a cunt. Wayne from the map reading company. A cunt. That's why. Oh, cunt. I see. A cunt needs to know about my magnetic field lines proving sphericity. Do you? No, you see, when you describe things as being at the top of anything, Wayne, that would be a fallacy inference when you're describing the cardinal directions like you deleted in the comments, specifically from one deck, the guy you said that may or may not be male or female. Definitely one of my subscribers, though, apparently, because your powers of deduction have expanded into telepathy, it seems. You didn't know whether he's gender, but you definitely know he's subscribed, maybe, subscribed to me. I mean, okay. No, I don't want to discuss magnetic field lines and affirming the consequent that we covered on yesterday's live show when it comes to this scumbag. But he's descended from happy-go-lucky flat earth measuring map channel to scum anti-glurf that needs to project his pain about how spherical the magnetic lines must be by way of affirming the consequent to a man that he needs to break this down after copyright striking him. Yeah, just, what's the word again? Cunt! Wayne, you're a cunt. Make no mistake,
Well,
what you've become is a cunt. I'll trim this out, put it as a shorts video. Wayne from the Mapping Company channel, he's got about 150,000 subscribers, was happily being cross-referenced for his use of flat earth prerequisite measurements that are accurate, perpendicular to a plane called sea level, to the millimetre when measuring Earth's surface and the top of the land. Well, he's later come back to me because he feels that generally the top actually means that that's where North is residing, generally speaking. That's his assertion to me in an email after copyright striking me. Yeah, that's the behaviour of a cunt that thinks I give a fuck about his complete delusional cognitive dissonance when it comes to his utilisation of North. North is a horizontal directionality that you can ascribe a degree to on an azimuth when using it for navigation in practical application. Sorry, do we use magnetic field lines for anything other than their horizontal acquisition of directionality? Oh no, according to this map channel, he's become a cunt. Actually, that means generally north is the top. Or bottom. No, those are vertical orientations that are perpendicular to the plane described in azimuth. But this man has sent me this as after copyright striking me. Yeah, what a cunt. Join the list of 30 others who've decided to do the exact same thing to me, putting in jeopardy. Over the course of 12 years, my eldest is 9 years old. Throughout our entire life, my eldest daughter has been on that knife edge where I might lose the ability to fucking feed her because of cunts like Wayne. Why? Because he's got a belief in a ball and his fucking magnetic field lines, the real reason he wants to be talking to me. Not because he values his so fucking ugly face on a thumbnail that's had 800 people look at it. Nah, it's because magnetic field lines means ball. What a cunt. I hope Wayne from the Map Company burns in fucking hell.
Hey, just on the right side of that, though, if you're going to talk about an image that you have to take, you have to have an incident angle of light, within your field of view. And the field of view does not curve. It has straight lines. You know?
How are you?
Hello.
Hey, I just want to point out to some people out there that when you talk about images and pictures, you're talking about incident angles of light hitting the receiver in your camera so that you can get that photo or image, right? So you need straight lines forming angles to stuff in your field of view, and your field of view is not an arc. Ain't that something?
Yeah. You know who else came to that exact same conclusion? Conspiracy cats. So when he was detailing aspects of perspective and the Rayleigh criterion, he said, quote, "I'll give you a flat earth for that."
Yeah, you had no choice.
Well, if I concede the argument before I have the argument, then it's hard for me to lose the argument.
I talk about that
Listen,
in
you guys
my
are being
upcoming
a little
book.
too. You guys
So-
are just being a little too hard. All right,
Argument, you
just
say?
trying to tune us up a little bit. That's all.
That gets talked about in one of the chapters of the book that's coming out hopefully very soon, which is where that's John, refracted curvature, concedes in a way that is perceived by an opponent to be consequential. That is to say, if you concede all points that are suggested to prove sphericity, you might, as a flat earther at least, maybe as your opponent if you're smart enough, ask yourself, well, why would it be the case that my opponent, deemed to be so, has conceded every single claim to be proof of sphericity? Well, because it's an utterly inconsequential concession when all roads of sphericity start with flat earth measurements. It's no longer a concession. It's a suggestion that as soon as you infer sphericity after calculation, you'll have to acknowledge that the calculation is derived from a flat earth prerequisite measurement. As an example, you've just had John giving you the angle acquisition. But by a comparison, if you wanted to make it even more simple for people by a familiarity of a calculation that extrapolates curvature, you've got 8 inches per mile squared as the suggested sphericity by way of calculation. Well, to accept this, you must first accept that miles are flat. So the Earth measurement that must be used in the first instance is a linear distance measurement of Earth, called miles. Now, if you suggest that, no, miles bend, I don't know, WGS 84, whatever you use to infer that you've got a curved mile on a globe surface would mean that you violate the base principle used in the extrapolation mathematically to get to the curve. Same goes for radial values with John's example with acquisitions based on flat earth measurements of angles. All roads lead to a flat earth. That is to say, to get to sphericity, you'll need a flat earth. So to concede, to round out this point, as John did, in actuality, this is based on a true story, to MC, Toon and Ruhif, that they can have every single claim to be proof of sphericity that they would like, is utterly inconsequential because John knows, as I'm now verbalising, they'll need a flat earth for all of them. All of the inferences that they have for sphericity require unequivocally that Earth be measured flat.
And what
really
happened? Hold on. What happened in that? He did eventually go before them and refracted. What happened during that so-called debate?
Ruhis was allowed to give a 25-minute presentation, and I was allowed to say like a sentence. Like, no kidding. It was like 25 minutes of, I didn't say a word. I didn't interrupt. I just let him go on, But as soon as I said one sentence, I was cut off.
Okay, so here's my point. In any other topic, if somebody comes to you that you're debating a topic over and they're conceding everything, wouldn't that pique your interest to why would this guy be conceding everything? Let me hear this guy out. Why is it so different with this topic? They knew exactly what was going on, and they chose to freaking not even allow you to speak instead of being, inquiring. Why this guy's conceding everything? Let me hear him out. He may have a point here. Nope.
I think he's asking you from first-hand experience. I don't know if that was rhetorical or not. John?
No, I just made a statement of fact. Any other topic, people would inquire, except this topic right here.
Well, when it comes to this topic, the main argumentation structure is that both sides, what I, after the fact, have labelled anti-globers, that's flat earthers in name only, and anti-flat earthers, people who want to fight on the side of a globe but are happy to relinquish things that actually are required to build a globe, right? So it's anti-globers, flat earthers, versus anti-flat earthers, otherwise known as globers, right? Well, in that dichotomy, you need both sides of that perceived to be argument to accept without question or acknowledgement the flat earth that must be measured. For example, elevation angles, circles of equal altitude, ground positions, elevations, eye level, surface level, sea level, flight level, all of the things that are going to be used in the discussion or the argument. Now, the most obvious, as I've already gone through, and John did as well, were the angles that are two straight lines meeting at a vertex, describing measurements of altitudes or stars, and miles themselves, horizontal linear distance measurements of the surface. Now, these are required in both instances to assert that you're on a sphere. So, in other words, as long as both parties, anti-flat earthers and anti-globers, accept that we can utilise flat earth measurements of miles or kilometres and flat earth measurements of elevation angles and surface level and sea level and altitude and eye level and perpendicularity for GP positions, ground positions, circles of equal elevation, that's circles of equal altitude. As long as all of these things that are flat earth prerequisites get accepted so that it can be used to infer sphericity by calculation, then we can have the conversation. There can be a perceived to be debate about whether or not the ball that's been made with these flat earth prerequisites is comparable to reality, or, more importantly, from the flat earther's position, not comparable to reality. That's a ball not being comparable to reality if you're a flat earther, and a ball definitely being reality if you're a glober. Now, we can do that as long as everybody ignores how flat earth is and can only be measured to achieve both positions. That's why.
From what you're saying, Nathan, and what John's saying and what everybody's saying, yeah, you can't get away from the facts about these angles, horizontal, level, vertical, the way Earth is dealt with and measured. But cast my mind back a few days when we listened to the High Priest Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was suggesting that everything in the hashtag universe favours sphericity. The lights in the sky are spheres, so therefore the Earth's a sphere, and that's just the way the world is. It favours spheres. But that doesn't seem to be the case, does it, from what we're saying? It seems entirely the opposite fact of the matter.
Yeah, that's another affirming the consequent formological fallacy. So what's being detailed by Wandek is Tyson's assertion that if the lights in the sky are spherical, then the ground must be spherical. So you formulate that logically as if the ground I'm standing on is spherical, it is comparable to the lights in the sky, which are also spherical. The lights in the sky are actually spherical, therefore the ground I'm standing on is spherical. So it's if P then Q, Q therefore P, or an affirming the consequent fallacy. Now, that's nonsense. It's like standing in the woods. This is a Dave Weiss example, to give him credit. If you're standing in the woods and you look around and go, well, okay, if, like the stars, I'm surrounded by trees, then that means that I'm a tree. And what do you know? Everything around me is tree-shaped, therefore I'm a tree. No, you're not. And likewise, looking at the lights that are inferred to be spherical doesn't mean the ground you're standing on is spherical. Now, the inference comes from the utilisation of angle measurements that have an arc of a protractor to describe the degrees around it. And you can infer the sphericity from the angle if you transpose that angle into being the surface of the tool used to measure it. But the measurement, not the calculation or conversion, is a flat Earth prerequisite surface level angle acquisition to things like Polaris, the sun, navigation stars, altitudes if you're going to measure something from surface. All of these mathematical derivations of sphericity come by way of flat Earth prerequisite. That's to say, an axiomatic principle that's utilised and put into practical use when measuring Earth's surface. And it ipso facto is flat when measured. In all circumstances, even in the circumstances that are alleged to lead the person to believe the ground is the arc of the measurement of the tool that's used to create the sphere with. It's not. When you look at latitude lines on a sphere, all they're representing is ever-increasing circles based on the angle acquisition of Polaris, it reaching zenith if you got to the North Pole. And as you back away from it, for every 1 degree it declines towards the horizon, you have 60 nautical miles of a radius that can be described as a circle of equal altitude. Well, it's a flat measurement to describe a flat circle. And as you back away another degree, another 60 nautical miles will be added onto the radius of that circle of equal elevation, creating a slightly increased size circle as you move around the angle that you're measuring that's decreased by 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles you back away from it. That's latitude. Essentially meaning that when you draw those lines on a sphere, all you're actually doing is describing the declination through the arc of the protractor that you've measured it with. Well, if you paint a pretty map onto that protractor, that doesn't alter the way that that system's been derived from flat Earth elevation angles. That's what it is. So by prerequisite to have this system exist as an ever-increasing circle of equal elevation to the minimum angle, which is the equator, where the star Polaris is on the equator, that's the extremity of your perception of that light when measured off a flat Earth. And when describing that system, you've got a 90-degree position to your position as a navigational star. Therefore, the ground can only be flat. It's being described with an angle. One line along the ground to its ground position, 90 degrees to its zenith, and the angle to it. That's two straight lines meeting at a vertex, which is you, along a flat baseline. That's how Earth's been measured to describe a system that's superimposed onto a ball representative of the arc of the protractor measuring that system. That's what the globe is. Ergo, number one, you can only utilise that system if you describe yourself from within the ball, not on it. It never works functionally when you've painted a pretty map after haversine conversion onto a curved surface where nothing works functionally because everything's derived from angles. You know, people will slap a pizza slice on a curved surface and they say, well, when we take this angle, you're like, do you not know what an angle is? This is not functionally how this works. It works from within the ball, you stupid muppets.
So you're saying that could never work standing on top of a globe?
And it doesn't. You know, this is why John can concede. I don't know if we talked about this on the live show or in the pre-show, but John's concession to people like McToon and Ruhif only come about because you can understand, or John understood in past tense, how these systems derive a ball in the first instance. When you understand, what are you going to do? Argue with me about how latitude's derived? Feel free. I mean, that's the essence of the rock and the hard place, isn't it? On the one hand, the rock, you accept that we measure elevation angles to Polaris to derive latitude, and then we can wrap them around a ball if you like, but you accept that that's how it's measured. Well, then we've measured Earth flat. That's the end of the discussion. No, you want to deny that that's a flat Earth. Just because we're measuring Earth flat doesn't mean it's flat. Okay, well, what are you going to base your ball faith on? Oh, you want to go to the hard place where you do accept that Earth's measured flat so you can extrapolate out a ball faith? Well, you can't. You've measured it flat. It violates the base principle of the measurement to suggest that the arc of the protractor you're measuring latitude with suddenly becomes the surface by calculation after the fact. No. Now, you either accept that we measure Earth flat, in which case it's the end of the discussion, Earth's measured flat, or you relinquish the flat Earth measurements that you could build a ball with to believe in, but then you've got nothing to build your ball with. Oh, you do want to accept the flat Earth measurements to build... I'll just stop you there. No, we're not going to be building any ball with these flat Earth measurements. Yeah, that's called the rock. And round we go with you saying, no, I don't want to accept that it's flat unless I can ignore that it's flat and only accept the measurements for their flatness after we've ignored their flatness and created sphericity with them. Because it's not flat just because we measure it that way. It's just like your stupid cognitive dissonance can be conceded. Because we know once you accept how the globe is created, you have to accept how flat Earth is measured. It's that simple.
Nathan, you don't understand large spheres. There's a reason why. See, it's for convenience. It just makes it easier.
Okay. I mean, you can have it as easy as you want it. Why are you telling me? Again, this is back to another misconception. Why are you telling me this? Number one, if you're confident in Earth's sphericity, why do you need to have a conversation with me? Yeah? It's like, back to Taylor the Fiend, we were happening to talk about women who are at the wall or spinsters that haven't had any kids because they can't hold down men. So we ended up talking about Taylor the Fiend, right? Well, when you get to the idea of a relinquishment of a reasonable acquisition of information because you've got a belief that you want to uphold, then if you've got a strong understanding of your belief, then have it. You should have confidence. But like the guys who go and question their women, are you cheating? One of two things has happened. Either they've got a cheating woman, or they're cheating and they're projecting their indiscretion onto their woman, right? But that means that there's a displacement of confidence that requires the question to be asked. If everybody understands and totally understands that nobody's cheating, then the question doesn't come up. There's a confidence that means the question isn't necessary. But when people come here and go, well, do you understand how gravity works? Like, I'm a YouTuber. What is it that you need from me in this scenario? Oh, you need my permission, in your perception that you can defeat me, to believe what you need to believe. If you had confidence in your sphericity, you wouldn't need to brace against anything. You just get on with your day. Yeah, like the man that knows his wife's not cheating. He doesn't need to concern himself with asking her. He knows already that she's not. So why would the question even come up? Well, because maybe he's cheating and he doesn't want her to realise it, so he starts projecting it. Or he senses she's scum and starts asking because she's suddenly put an unexpected lock on her phone and is sneaking off for conversations and disappearing in 3 a.m. Whatever. But then there's a need for a question because your confidence that she's not a cheating bitch is suddenly eroded. That's why people come here. Their confidence in their own belief in a ball has been eroded. Well, if I can just defeat Nathan Oakley, it'll be a ball again, says the delusional. If I can ask if she's cheating and she can give me a justifiable answer, or I can prove that it's not the case, then the concern that she's sneaking off at 3 a.m. isn't because she's with another man? Well, okay, you can tell yourself that too. Or you can cut them loose. Now, the confidence that these guys want, they're seeking from others. They need an affirmation of their ball belief from places like here. Like, why? If you know it's a ball, like in the Matrix, balls to bones, then there's no doubt in your mind. There's no questioning it. There's no debating it. You just know. Like, I know how it's measured. Yeah? I don't need to go out and seek any of these people and tell them, you do know it's measured flat, right? I can sit here and be reactive, hopefully make a living of it, write books about it. But I don't have to proactively go and tell people to affirm my own bias when describing flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements or circles of equal altitude. They kind of are what they are. When you know that, you can sit confidently and know that it's flat without having to go and tell others how wrong they are about how ball-shaped it is. No, I can just turn around and go in peace. Yeah, I don't need to convince you that you're wrong about being on a ball. In fact, quite the opposite. Because I know how your ball's created. Oh, that's with flat Earth measurements. It really doesn't fuss me that you want to believe in a ball and whistle past how flat it must be measured. In the case of John, he's like, well, I'll just concede to all of it. Have it. Have every bit of it. It's a ball. Yeah, okay, I'll concede to everything you think makes the world a ball. Well, why would you do that? Well, because everything you think makes the world a ball requires we measure Earth flat. So I've got absolute and supreme confidence. It's never going to come up in discussion that I maybe am wrong about it being flat. No, that's never going to be the case. It's measured that way.
Well, for years, they've been hiding behind the fact that they claim that we're dumbing down society. And we can't have this, If everybody says the Earth is flat, then, what are we going to do here? We're going to bunch of dummies running the world. They've been hidden behind that for the longest time, that they're helping society.
That's projection because they argue for ignorance when they deny that level is a horizontal plane. They know better.
They need it. They require it.
Yeah, right. They know that it's horizontal, but they want to calculate it as spherical too. And it's not easy to cognitively process that.
You want to shout out the super chat, Nathan?
I don't know why I'm not noticing them. I think I'm doing something wrong with my setup. Because it's just, even yesterday, I didn't notice it rolling by in the chat. Shout out to how do you say that? Sosade Synthetica? Hopefully I'm saying...
Synthetica. Go ahead, mate. Not
bad. I didn't do badly. The debate may be over, but zeroing in on the simple flat fact continues. Thank you for the brilliance, everyone. Wow, how complimentary is that? Oh, well, thank you very much indeed for your super chat. Really, really appreciate the support. And it is a nice lead in for me to take your sentiment of your super chat. I won't even try and repeat your name and butcher it. But in the respect that an acknowledgement of how flat it is simple. If I say miles, which is flat and linear, we can get into the back and forth wrangle-dangle in the context of the perception that there's a flat Earth debate to be had against globers, where you say, well, you need to accept that they're flat to derive a squared function from them if you infer sphericity. It's a deviation from horizontal, and the horizontal is measured with respect to Earth's surface in miles. So you can, feel free to relinquish how flat Earth miles must be measured when you rely upon them to infer sphericity. But in reality, I understand how flat miles are. Now, if you then take away from the perception that there's a debate to have, there isn't. They require flat miles too, as I've just demonstrated. But when you ignore that bit and just go, well, miles are flat, it's like on the maps, the scales, your normal person, your average Joe, your Betty bread maker, yeah, even if she's way past it, no kids, hit the wall, got big feet and can't keep a man down, she can definitely understand how flat Earth must be measured in miles. And it's easy to illustrate if that person's never used a map, for example. You say, well, you understand how a map works, right? Well, they've accurately surveyed the ground with flat Earth prerequisite linear distances in miles. And even on the maps, if you've got these little circles that show the altitude changes, they're not three-dimensionally represented. And to have those little lines that describe the altitudes, they've measured that as well, deviating from the horizontal that is sea level in terms of the topographical changes. So everything's measured with respect to a horizontal mile that's linear and represented by Earth measurements that are shown on maps. Now, this is a very simple concept that most people, unless they're very, very, very low IQ, sort of sub 70 IQ, can understand immediately. It's really easy. Now, you compare that with, well, if the Earth's a sphere, then the distance to a geometric horizon that boats is going to fall over is 1.22 times the square root of the flat Earth measurement in miles that's linear and horizontal. Therefore, the distance off a surface level that's called sea level that's measured with an altitude perpendicular to a plane can be derived with a 1.22 times the square root of that observed height off a flat Earth to give you a distance to a point where boats will fall over. Because that's really useful. I mean, you don't want to fall over the edge of the horizon in your boat now, do you? What's that? You don't own a boat? No, but you do understand the complexity of the nature of an Earth that's got sphericity derived from flat Earth linear miles and altitudes perpendicular to a plane of reference. What's that? You're already falling asleep and seeing this is not very valuable information that requires a lot of cognitive processing? Yeah, that's right. That's how it's been engineered, so that you don't invest your time in how complicated it is. But other very smart people who wear Batman logos, they've invested in it, and they say it's definitely flat, or they'll have your kids off you. Yeah, that's something you could consider. Ultimately, though, most Betty bread makers and Nigel normies will just hear, yeah, miles are flat, like on a map, like on the scale, and go, I understand map, scale, flat. Very simple, 3 words that they can comprehend really easily. So moving forward, there's a whole group of people we're leaving behind us that are fart-sniffing flat earthers in name only, that want to talk at endless length about how Earth's not a sphere by deriving distance to geometric horizon at 1.22 times the square root of a perpendicular altitude measurement off sea level that's flat by average in measurement for Earth and its sea level to give you a linear distance in miles or kilometres to a geometric tangent point horizon that they can show with photography is too far. Those kind of flat earthers can piss off. They're boring fart sniffers, the same as the people wearing the Batman t-shirts and the Superman logos. They're just as boring. In reality, this is a very simple subject. It's geographical in nature. It's not scientific. It's as simple as Earth's measured flat. What's that? You don't understand how fucking mile works? Then go away. You're too stupid to be in our company. But it's boring. Knowing how flat and linear miles are isn't very exciting. It's not like making love to a beautiful woman. I absolutely assure you. Now, you can think that you're fighting the good truth of flat Earth rebellion with your Batman logo on your t-shirt because you understand how you can measure the height off surface level and derive a geometric tangent point for boats to fall over. You can do that in your own fart-sniffing, boring way, but it ultimately won't change how the very basic nature of actual Earth measurement in linear miles can be comprehended by the masses. And eventually they will. Even if they were not, and there's a perception of a debate between flat Earth and globe Earth continuing, as the majority of people don't recognise the cognitive dissonance that is the belief in being on a sphere, it won't alter how Earth's actually being measured anyway. You know, the religious belief of being on a sphere doesn't change how Earth gets measured. In fact, it's utterly dependent on Earth being measured flat, like the distance that I described in my prerequisites that were peppered within the obnoxiously, cognitively expensive belief of a sphere. Ultimately, it too relies on Earth being measured flat, the bit that everybody can comprehend. Miles are flat. It is really simple.
Oh yeah, I remember when I first tried to get this point across because, there it was hard to get out of that mindset of trying to debunk a sphere. And I was like, that's just the wrong way to think about this. But I was being told that I was being arrogant and that I was being bourgeois with the knowledge that I had of how they created their sphere from flat Earth measurements. So I should just really shut up. And flat earthers were telling me that.
Yeah, but that's projection, John. It's the other way around. They didn't want that out because then they would lose their arrogance, right? Can't be arrogant no more to the simple fact that it's just flat. Now I can't be the guru. So shut up, John.
Yeah, we want to argue
Yeah,
a
that
bit
is
more,
big.
John.
Yeah,
One at a time.
Go ahead.
I'm really trying not to interrupt anybody, but I'm just going to go. I'm going to go. All right. Yeah, like I didn't want to argue it. So I would I bring it up every time I could without seeming like I was just a parrot, you know. And I just never expected the reaction I got from it to be, you know, people claim that I had some kind of hidden agenda or that I was trying to push some kind of rhetoric. When I was just pointing out, you know, like, you know, there's a measurement there. Why don't we just go with that?
It was right there in front of us the whole time, right? Like a boxer constantly throwing his jab when he's got a powerful right hand. And then figures out, let me throw the right hand. And they say, hey, what are you doing? Go back to throwing the jab. It was an even fight. Yeah, we was slightly ahead. But what are you throwing the right hand for? Yeah, I remember, John. You would come in with that and you'd say you'd look for places, but it would be immediate all the time, no matter what they said. And that was getting annoying to some people. Now, don't you think I know that? That's not the point here. I'm trying to show how heliocentrism doesn't work.
It doesn't even make sense when you say it out loud, you know, that you're trying to show how something doesn't work. Well, who demonstrates how things don't work anywhere else in the world and any other subject or topic? You know, like that's stupid.
I'm trying to destroy a globe here, John. You coming along and saying, look, it's just about the measurement. When you measure is to know. Now you have knowledge. So it's over. No. We're trying to destroy the globe. Well, we do when you say it's measured flat. There's a reality that takes place. There's no more destruction of anything. There's just the reality. Holy shoot, the whole time it was flat. And we're over here arguing over gravity and freaking Coriolis, hurricanes, and stupid things like that.
Well, the even funnier thing was, right, is that they said after a little while, I think it started to sink in at some level, and they started going, we already know that. So, what do you mean, so? What do you mean, so? Do you not get it?
Yeah, it sucks the fight out of it.
They got it.
It sucks the fight out of it, and they want the fight.
Exactly, Nathan. Why do they want the fight, Nathan? Think about it. Because they were dominating in the fight. They were lording it over, the people. They were the man. Look how great I am. I can knock you out in 4 punches.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to play with you a little bit.
The debate is, okay, we've got, by comparison, 2 boxers. So what's the debate about? Well, these 2 boxers are debating about whether or not human beings have arms or not. So they're going to step in the ring and they're going to punch each other till one of them wins. And then that person can say, from their perspective, men with arms don't exist. Or if the other guy wins, they can say men with arms do exist. What's that? They need the arms to punch each other. You're ruining everything, right? Shut up about the fact that they've got arms to begin with. We will measure Earth flat. Then after we've measured it flat, we'll extrapolate out sphericity. Once we've extrapolated the sphericity from the flat measurements, then we can beg the question of Earth having the sphericity and show how it doesn't have sphericity. Therefore, Earth must be flat. Now, because I understand how the extrapolation of sphericity doesn't work, I can demonstrate to next man how much smarter I am than them when they don't understand how the sphericity extrapolated from flat Earth measurements fails to demonstrate sphericity. Therefore, ipso facto, it's got to be flat. I mean, I can take the person through that process. You coming along and saying, hang on a second, before the extrapolation, we measured Earth flat, though, didn't we? Now, that ruins all of me and my fart-sniffing information where I lord it over this dumbass here who doesn't understand that there's a distance to a geometric tangent point horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the measured height off a flat Earth. Just don't say the last bit. Don't say measured off a flat Earth. That ruins everything.
Yep.
Thing is, as
You
well,
got it.
Nathan. Thing
Sorry,
is,
go
as well,
on, Nick.
it's all right. It's you can sort of put this into a bit of perspective because they if they knew 100% without a doubt that the Earth was a globe, there'd be no need for them to fight or argue, would they? Right. So same goes for the anti-globers now, so-called flat earthers then. If they knew for sure 100% that the Earth was flat, there'd be no need for a argument or a fight. What are we doing? We're not arguing and fighting because we know without a doubt 100% that the Earth is flat.
Exactly. It's like being, I don't know, a spinster, and you really want to argue that being a boss bitch and you chewing up the majority of your life banging men that didn't really have any interest in you means that when you get to that wall at about 35 where your fertility's starting to wane and you're going to be classified as having a geriatric pregnancy if you even find a man, that isn't you past your best, right? Now, the fact that you would even deem it worthy to have a discussion about whether or not as a woman you're past your best in terms of literal fertility time, you can delude yourself and go to a guy who's saying, well, you're past your best. You've passed your open window to be most fertile. Now, had you been producing kids up until this point, about 35, then you would continue to do so more successfully because you've already been doing it anyway. But if you haven't, you're now at the wall. Now, because that woman would go, well, I don't think I'm at the wall. I'm still beautiful. I can attract all of the alpha males that do want to commit to me and have children with me through geriatric pregnancy. Now, the woman, in reality, in this hypothetical comparison, wants to justify her waste of her youth. Now, they want to justify it because they know deep down that they're wrong. So they feel that they've got to argue for how wrong you are when you say, no, well, you're well past your best. You're a spinster. You've been left on the shelf. You know, there's more fertile women out there that are available to the alpha males that you've gone after and wasted your time with. And the only reason you're arguing with me is because you want to justify in your own mind how, what, if you prove me wrong, you'll suddenly become more fertile? No, that's ludicrous. But your concern about it is the only reason you're arguing about it. Now, for the rest of society, who, I don't know, produce the kids, they're not going to suddenly question their ability to produce kids if they've got two of them. They know they can, they're there as a demonstration. So there's no need to have an argument about whether or not kids have been produced. The little sods are running around causing a mess. So nobody's going to have an argument. Well, you're not going to have any kids. What do you mean? They're right here. What are you talking about? Why would I have this argument? Oh, you need to have an argument because you still want to justify your fertility. Right, well, that's futile. Now, the only reason you've got to justify that nonsense is because you haven't made certain decisions. The prerequisites don't exist. The kids aren't there for you. Now, likewise, me, I don't need to justify how flat Earth is going to get measured in a linear mile distance. It's right there. It's on the maps. That's how they measure it. The surveyors have been out and actually utilised these flat Earth prerequisites and principles and axioms to measure Earth. Now, that's like the two kids that are sat there. They exist. Yeah? They don't have to justify anything. It's only the person that requires some prerequisite that is dependent on other circumstances that are beyond their control that they get into the wrangle-dangle of trying to break down their own existence, justify what they've done, justify the decisions that they've made. Well, that's pitiful. But the person who's got supreme confidence in the facts, like the two kids that are there, they don't need to justify anything. They're never going to justify the fertility that they've got. They're never going to justify the flat Earth measurements that are measured flat. They're just measured flat. They're just running around making a mess. Nobody needs to justify anything. But if you believe you've got a ball, and that ball is dependent on flat Earth prerequisite measurements being made, there's a dependency on you ignoring it. And when we highlight it, that leaves you in a position where you want to deny the existence of the flat measurements, but simultaneously use them to create a ball. Like, miles aren't flat, but I can derive 8 inches per flat mile to say there's a curve. Oh my God!
Well, I was thinking like one deck too, like the people that continually debate this. Like, I'm wondering, like, do they know for sure and without a doubt that Earth is flat? And a lot of them do. So why continue on? And it's because they just want to be the man. That's all there is to it. Because I know a few of them. I know they know Earth is flat. Come on. But they just want to, I hate the terminology, but they just want to, I'll change it. They just want to pat themselves on the back and just show everybody how grand they are, how much knowledge they have over the next man.
But these people are liars. These people have simultaneously told the world that they want the world to wake up to how flat it is. You're like, it is. It's measured that way. It's really easy. Now, it's one of those that when Joe Normie or Betty Spinster figures out how flat everybody can appreciate Earth is being measured, has been measured, and is required to be measured if you're going to infer that Earth has sphericity, then there's only one conclusion to be drawn. Earth is measured flat. Now, violating that axiomatic fact of measurement of Earth's surface means that you no longer have the surface measurement to infer anything with, regardless if you want to believe the world's a freaking unicorn or a sphere shape. It doesn't matter what you want to believe. You start with, regardless of your belief, with a flat plane measurement. That means that the base principle of flat plane measurement doesn't lead to any belief. That just is what it is. Like I keep saying, normies will understand this. It's very basic. Earth is just measured flat. There is no conclusion to draw from that. That's just how it's measured. Why would you have to base anything? You'd have to believe in a flat Earth. There's no logical consistency to offer after you've just measured it flat, like with miles, or the deviation of the topology from the flat linear miles. Now, again, you can deny flat linear miles and the surveys that are done with respect to the deviation from the overall reference we have at sea level. You can deny that, but it won't change how it's measured, will it? It's not like your belief in a ball after the fact when you've derived a ball from those measurements will change how the measurements are made. You can believe anything you like and it is utterly inconsequential to the measurements. Where am I going with this? Well, that means that I'm utterly inconsequential when it comes to the measurements, and so are the people who fight for a ball with their little Batman logos, and the people who fight against the ball with their fart-sniffing anti-globe nature when they start explaining how balls derived from flat Earth measurements don't work. You can do that, but it's not necessary. In order for normal man to understand your argument, he has to, like you are, flat earthers and anti-flat earthers alike, utilising flat measurements in the first instance. Nobody's ever going to get away from them. Denial of them just means you can't build a belief of a ball with them. Okay, don't build your ball with the flat Earth measurements then. Oh, you want the ball based on the flat Earth measurements but want me to ignore them? Why? I don't care. Even if I do kowtow to your suggestion that we ignore the flat measurements, beg the question of a ball, and then argue for our ball should or shouldn't work depending on which side you perceive to be of a debate. Will that change the original measurements? No. It doesn't matter what anybody does. But we're robbing a society, a group of people that we described as being in a pond that we wanted to climb out of about 2 years, 3 years ago. Like, well, no, that analogy doesn't stand true anymore because the anti-globers and anti-flat earthers want to be in that pond. They're sniffing each other's farts. That's the gross bit. Like, if you accept that we've got flat Earth measurements that can create a ball, and I accept that the flat Earth measurements that create a ball are capable of being argued about whether or not they're spherical or not, and we both ignore how flat Earth must be measured for this perceived to be argument to take place, then I can sniff your farts of heliocentrism and you can sniff mine. I don't want to be in that shitty, dirty pond anymore. What's the alternative? Well, appeal to the normie. What's the normie going to do? Well, he's got a couple of choices. Earth's measured flat. Well, you can take that one or two ways. You can start cognitively dissonantly bracing against it. And then maybe if Earth's got magnetic field lines, then it's a sphere. It's a sphere because it's got magnetic field lines. You can do that. But it doesn't alter how directionality is derived from a conceptual utilization of horizontal directionality. That just is how directions work. Directions just are flat. Now, no amount of magnetic field lines, if I affirm the consequent, it's going to change how flat directions are. Like, you don't have to believe in a flat direction. If you're going to use directions, you just measure Earth flat for them. If you're going to use miles, they are just horizontal by conception. And if you're going to put that into a practical application of measuring stuff, the ground, Earth, then they're flat. If you're going to describe a deviation from miles, that's topographical changes, then again, axiomatically, you have to accept how Earth has been measured. Again, accepting it doesn't change how it has been measured. You don't fit into the equation, neither do the anti-flat earthers or anti-globers. We're all inconsequential. We've been made redundant by this recognition. What can we do? Just enjoy this limited time that we have on God's green earth, and how beautiful it is can be appreciated or not. But arguing about a belief after the fact won't alter how Earth does get measured. It's flat.
Yeah, but Nathan, what about, I've got a brilliant mind. And along this journey, you've came across other people with brilliant minds. So what do I do with that? I mean, people have to know that I'm brilliant. What do you mean it's just flat? Then I'm nothing now.
Well, you can just turn around and have appreciation for how beautiful the world is around you. I mean, that is really all you can do, because what consequence do you have? Or I have? I mean, it's better that I internalise this rather than projecting it out onto my audience or the fart-sniffing anti-globers or the fart-sniffing anti-flat earthers. They can do whatever they like. But it does make us redundant if you understand how Earth gets measured. Like, it doesn't make any difference how you believe or what you accept or what you don't accept, or what you can accept but ignore and apply to a world that you believe in, having ignored the flat measurements. Do any of those things, does it change what a mile is? Will a mile stop being a linear, useful measurement of Earth's surface to, I don't know, derive a suggested curve from it, like rise over run measurements with respect to horizontal distances? No, that's how it's measured. We do derive hills and valleys measurements from a linear distance in miles over the ground that's observed, measured, detailed, mapped, charted, navigated, flown over, flat. I mean, those things are just facts. It doesn't matter if you believe in them or not.
No, we got to figure out why pi equals 2, Nathan.
Pi doesn't equal 2. What the hell are they babbling about?
That's the new thing. Pi equals 2, so therefore the circumference
Pi
is
doesn't
wrong.
equal 2.
Therefore,
Do you mean
it's
that's
not
the new
measured
thing?
flat.
Right, if let's just get this squared away. Right, if you're on this vibe of pi equaling 2, go and have yourself committed to a mental institution. Okay, you are stupid. Pi does not equal 2. This notion that I've heard repeated, I don't understand and I don't care to. I'm not interested. What's that? Pi equals 2? Piss off. What are you doing, you complete mental case? Go away.
Well, it ties into circles of equal altitude, and if you go with all of those numbers, I guess pi comes out to equaling 2. Therefore, it's not measured flat. What are
Pi
you
does not
talking
equal
about?
2, ever, under any circumstances. Pi's a value. It's not 2. I don't understand. This is just stupid. Why are we even having this conversation? This is stupid. Oh, it's, what's the word? Oh, it's a red herring. Should we argue about whether or not pi equals 2? Really? No, I'm good. I'm all right, thanks. No, that's okay. Miles will still be measurements of a linear distance across Earth's surface as applied
These are
to
the
the
numbers
ordinate
10th
surveys.
man gave us. Okay? These are the numbers 10th man gave us. And when you work it out, there's a problem.
Sorry, 10th. Sorry, is somebody under the misapprehension that 10th man derived the latitude system? Really? Is that someone barking at the wrong tree? No, I think you're mistaken who's derived these systems. It wasn't 10th man. Au contraire. No, these are definitely not 10th man systems. I think you're barking up the wrong tree. He's a guest on a YouTuber's channel. That's me. I didn't make those measurements either. What's that you say? I can detail how flat Earth must be measured for an elevation angle to Polaris to derive circles of equal elevation as in the latitude system. No, that's just me describing the latitude system. What's that? It's 10th man's latitude system and pi equals 2. Yeah, go and have yourself committed. You're a bunch of crackpots.
Well, this is the point. It's when you come to a time where everything is redundant because it's measured flat. They need something. They need something so they could be the person. They could be the new guru. They could come out with the next thing. You understand?
Yes, they can sniff the next man's farts if they ignore how flat Earth gets measured and offer up red herrings about pi.
Yeah, it's the same individual that wants you to chase down that you can do bleep all with an angle. You know that individual?
That nutter. You can do F4 with an angle. Yeah, okay. I mean, we've got endless diagrammatical examples of altitude angles, which are just elevation angles. But we can do nothing with. Why have we got endless diagrams utilising them then? Oh, it's because there's been sphericity derived from them by way of systems that utilise coordinates measured with flat Earth angles that we can do F4 with. Yeah, it sounds like this has come from Bev. Try thinking. Shout out to that channel. Yeah, if you're a subscriber, do you like associating with the mentally ill? I don't really get it. Pi does not equal 2, and you can utilise angles to find your position at sea and not die. So, I mean, if you're hanging around with crackpots, that's your own responsibility. I can't speak to that, I'm afraid.
Well, they're trying to take a measure and put it into freaking into logic. It's just a measurement, but they're trying to put it into logic, because measured flat, destructive dichotomy, At the end result of that, if you follow it, it's pi equals 2.
They would just measure Earth as a flat planar surface in all instances. I mean, it doesn't matter if the diagrammatical examples that I put on screen are with respect to how we describe mathematically hearing things, as is the case with this particular diagram, or when we measure stars, like with the last diagram. I mean, we just measure angles off a flat planar surface. It's an elevation angle. Elevation meaning it's directly tied to the surface. That's what elevation means. Angle means 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex. That's just what we do to derive the systems that people utilise for navigation. Now, that's not 10th man's system, and it's not Nathan Oakley's system, and it doesn't mean pi equals 2, and it doesn't mean we can do F4 with an angle. But there are definitely idiots out there. Beware of idiots is my only advice I can offer after breaking this down for people. If somebody tells you can do F4 with an angle, you're like, okay. So should we cancel the entire microphone production industry that's describing the angles that derive into polar patterns? Should we ignore this on screen now? Should we just ignore this? This is an angle derivation utilised for calculating polar patterns with respect to a planar surface with angles. They're definitely using angles. I mean, even when you're describing it with something that isn't visual, like hearing, you still use elevation angles. That's how it's done. What's that? We can do F4 with them. Okay, I'll bear that in mind next time I look at a polar pattern. Next time we take the elevation of a distant object with a sextant. Next time we calculate our position with lines of position that intersect with areas of equal elevation derived from elevation angles. I'll bear in mind that some complete spastic said that we can't do anything with angles. I'll try and bear that in mind. Some other same spastic, as I understand it, said that we have a pi value of 2. Yeah, these people are mentally retarded.
Well, it just goes, you're taking a backseat, right? You're saying how redundant it all is, and it's always been measured flat. So therefore, we're all inconsequential. Now, that's a problem. It's a problem to ballers that want to continue to debate, and it's a problem to flat earthers that want to be the gurus. So where does that leave us?
Appealing to normies, and that would be the public at large. That is to say that we, as I've always described it, are in a very, very small pond of anti-flat earthers and anti-globers sniffing each other's farts. That's where we were. Moving forward, we can branch out into the wider society that understands very basic principles like linear miles, like angles off surface level, like eye level, like sea level. Very, very basic concepts that are used axiomatically to measure Earth, even if other fart sniffers sniffing each other's arses of their oh so wonderful and valuable information that derives sphericity from these measurements that are flat, that any idiot can understand. Any idiot can understand how a flat map's been produced with flat measurements of flat miles, because they're just flat linear distance measurements transposable into the world that we've measured. Simple, really easy. Now you can either accept that or not. You can, if you accept it, derive sphericity from it. But that's kind of redundant if you've measured it flat, to derive the sphericity in your imagination from it, like this on screen. See how it says surface level? Yeah, that's the surface level that you'll measure. What's that? It bends? The surface level's bending? It's the point of S of tangency? No, surface level must be parallel with eye level for this mathematics of a depression angle to function. And the height is perpendicular, 90 degrees to the surface level. Everything about this in terms of the axiomatic principles of Earth measurement requires parallel eye level, flat surface level, 90 degrees, perpendicular for elevation, that's height, all of which is measured. For you to extrapolate the sphericity from the flat Earth measurements that are 6 ways from Sunday described and accurately measured in all circumstances and without exception. So average Joe doesn't need to derive a distance to a geometric tangent point below the surface level at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height off sea level, perpendicular to a plane that we've just measured, and are going to apply horizontal linear mile measurements to. No, he can just understand the last little bit. Miles are horizontal and linear. That's how we measure Earth. In miles. Horizontal planes of reference are used for altitude when we reference them to common sea level. That's also been measured as an average of levelness to give us this master reference to describe height from. So we're going to need quite a few measurements of Earth then. Yeah, and they're all flat. So we can get to this shit where we describe how spherical it is. It's just faded off screen. Terrible timing. Normie will understand how flat Earth gets measured, is my point, right? Normie can understand miles are flat, scales and maps are flat, eye level's flat, surface level's flat, sea level's flat, altitude's perpendicular. Perpendicular might be a bit complicated for somebody with an 80 IQ. But for the most part, I would expect anybody with a plus 80 IQ to understand simple concepts like flight level parallel with sea level, like altitude perpendicular to sea level, like elevation. All of the measurements in miles or kilometres. I'd expect average normie to understand that. They don't need to understand how you can derive a distance to a geometric tangent point horizon from those flat measurements, because first you must understand those flat measurements. Altitude perpendicular to surface level, measured from sea level with a parallel eye level. All of those concepts are flat Earth by prerequisite, and you need them to understand the more complicated bit that the fart sniffers in that pond of anti-flat Earth and globe and anti-globe all spend their time sniffing. You don't need any of those. You need the flat Earth prerequisites to get there. Normie will understand that. So will Betty Breadmaker.
You're right there, Nathan, because I was speaking to an anti-flat Earth I found out the other day. I was just going through how the scale on a map is, linear horizontal distance, and all maps, the elevation profiles are taken from sea level, the 0 degree baseline, and you can go and look at that on Google Maps or Earth. It'll show it as a horizontal plane using sea level. Now, his reply to me was, sea level isn't level, it's just a point.
Level is describing a horizontal plane. To be level, you need multiple points to describe their not deviation, their linear nature with respect to each other. If you've got a single point, that's one-dimensional. You don't have anything to derive the description of level from if it's a single point. Now, in their mind, it's a single point of tangency. That single point of tangency is the geometric sphere edge horizon at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height off a flat Earth. That's the single point that they're inferring. You mean a tangent point? What, with a dangling globe Earth below it, below a flat plane with a single point attached to the ball? Well, where do we get the ball? Oh, well, we derive the ball with a radius that's measured with a minimum elevation angle of Polaris. And once we've derived a ball, we can infer by begging the question fallacy that the flat plane tangential to the ball is also capable of being inferred. Oh, well, where do we get the tangent? Oh, well, it's a point below the surface level. Really? So we've got to measure the surface level? Yeah, that's got to be flat, or we can't derive a tangent point below it at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height of a flat Earth. You've got to measure a height of a flat Earth and describe a tangent point below the surface level mathematically, requiring a flat Earth height and a flat Earth distance. I know. You and I, if we both agree to ignore the flat Earth elevation and flat Earth distance, we can infer that there's only the tangency straight line. And that tangency means there's a ball below it. Just don't mention the flat Earth needed to create it, and everybody will get along just fine. We can stay in this dirty, shitty pond, sniffing each other's farts, because how intelligent are we? We understand how we derive tangent points at 1.22 times the square root of the measured height of a flat Earth, but just don't mention that bit, okay? Our time is over. It's been the hour. Anything else anyone wants to add? This was fun.
Well, having some knockout shows lately.
Yeah, good shows, man.
Well, when you're able to take a step back
Well done.
and evaluate everything, and when you evaluate everything, you say, wow, we are totally inconsequential to everything. What were we doing for 10 years?
Sniffing each other's farts, telling each other how wonderful we are, how we were going to lead the world to truth. One day there'll be the world of truth being passed on to them about the flat Earth, because if I can show how Earth's not a ball, ipso facto, people will understand how flat it is when I take them through the process of how ball-shaped it isn't. Yeah, we were just sniffing each other's farts.
Going on.
Say again?
I said the sad thing is it's still going on. You just go to different servers and you hear it's still going on. You wanted to say something, Christian?
Yeah, I'm just stating that, yeah, we're now at a point where it's just peaceful and we're thankful. Just how it is. Yeah, you don't have to convince people or force it on them or get wrapped up in the wrangle-dangle. Just appreciating it, that the Earth's measured flat. And all the people that actually do measure the Earth being flat with aviation or celestial navigation or surveying or building upon or or chartering our flat Earth, that you're just at peace with it. It's just what it is.
On that note, if you do enjoy what we're doing here, please be sure to support me via Patreon or some of the other links below. There's crypto and other various links to support this channel, or indeed smash the super thanks after the live show has finished. However, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Programming streams, stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
Promote those individuals where they live for it, get their jollies off of it.
Yep.
No,
Yes,
I'd rather promote folks like the super chatter and folks like that are actually having an honest discussion, and that they are at a point of peace where, yeah, the Earth's measured flat. It's just what it is.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the whole thing. Then in chat, you come in and somebody comes in claiming they're somebody else, and I got to time them out because we know who that person is that's claiming that he's somebody else. But we don't have to mention their name. We just got to time them out, and that's it. Don't even
they're gone.
respond
They're
to their
gone.
comments.
Yeah, they're gone. Yeah, anybody coming in with the logo of Nathan or the logo of you and some handle and some egregious little snide comment or even criminality that they want to come in with, no, you're gone.
Or the logo of someone that was once on this show a long time ago.
Yeah.
You're just like, I know who you are. Goodbye.
Yeah. Spare me. We know who you are. Just same with the one individual that you just removed as well. Yeah, I see those individuals. Yeah, they even pop up into the chat. They're gone.
And see, I noticed because since no names are mentioned, boy, it's been a lot easier in the chat, right? When their names are being mentioned, they'd be popping in all the time. What nonsense. Now, you throw a little digs out there, the audience will know who they are. We don't got to promote them. We promote reality here. And the reality is we all live on a flat earth.
Rock that melody, and we live atop it.
We do. Wait, let's do it. The English version is we dwell atop it. I remember there was that big freaking argument about dwell atop when the book was being edited. Who says dwell atop? I said, I say dwell atop.
Yeah, so now you want to get into those nuances of how it's spoken based on the individual and what land they are in respect to the horizontal plane of our planet Earth. Yeah, it's perfectly fine to dwell atop.
I like that picture on screen right now. Got a protractor and an eye. Yeah.
It's a beautiful flat Earth measurement. I mean, check out the 90 perpendicular to the horizontal plane and the 180 degree straight angle. It's beautiful.
True, like I said before, though, what we've been saying all the show, you when you know for sure, without a doubt, 100%, you won't argue. Well, you're not going to argue because you know without a doubt. Now we've got to that point now where we know without a doubt how Earth is measured and dealt with. So that's why we've said there's no argument. We're not arguing. Everybody else has got to now, come to realize that themselves.
Right, and we're not being smug about it. That's the thing too, because let me ask you a question: how can we be smug about it? It's nothing to be smug about. Like you always say, we didn't ask for it; it was given to us. It's not a creative aided. It was given to us. This is how we deal with it. This is how we build on it. This is how we sail over it. This is how we fly over it. This is how we walk over it. It was given to us. So what's there to be smug about?
Yeah.
We didn't create the Earth to give us all those flat Earth measurements that you will ever be measured by anyone that ever measures our Earth. It's just what was given to us. It was how it was created. And we didn't create it.
Yeah. We didn't create Sea Point.
That's the smuggest tone I've ever heard.
What was that, Eli? I'm sorry.
Those were the smuggest tones I've ever heard.
No, it wasn't. We're just talking about the creator. How could we be smug?
He's trying to flip it around on us.
Yeah, he's trying. We've recognized it. You have to, Eli. This is what the creator gave us. This is what we deal with. This is what we live on. So how could any of us be smug about it? And when we bring it up, like I was saying, when I was in Earth Awakenings the other day, there was this young man there. And finally, when measurement was brought up, it blew his mind. He's like, look, I never thought about it like that. You're right. Holy shoot, my mind is blown. To the point where people said, he's trolling us. I'm like, is he really trolling? Because he was smacked in the face with reality and he understands it? So who is he really? If he's trolling, right? If you got a guy stringing you along and he's trolling you, who is he really trolling? Trolling himself.
Yeah, but he's not been long since it's measured flat has been thrown about when Nathan coined the phrase. Before that, we wasn't explaining how Earth's measured flat, was we?
No.
Was
We're
when we-
arguing other things. If Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959, that whole shebang there.
Yeah, to keep up a perceived argument, you make it into an if and then conditional statement, rather than it just being measured flat. And here's a measurement. Boom. Have a beautiful day.
Do you have any peer review papers on that?
I mean, they all need to do what was he called? Learns. I mean, at least he admitted that yes, it is measured flat, and he can see how it's measured flat, but he is just choosing to believe it's a globe. I mean, he will openly admit that now, because that's what he's doing, and that's what they're all doing. He's just had the balls to admit it.
Exactly. Now, see, that's a perfect example. You see the name that one that just mentioned? Not a problem. That guy's not going to he's not sitting there counting how many times we mention his name. So there are names to mention. He's one of them. Matthew Learns, absolutely. Eli has had some encounters with Matthew Learns, right, Eli? This is what happens when you have a baby.
Yeah. I went through the Eratosthenes story with him, and he's got no qualms with it just being elevation angle measurements from the surface of Earth. The presuppositions of what we went through the other day. But you know the story, and he's got no problem with that. But he just, but in the narrative story where they skip past all that and just they presuppose the globe, but he's just going with the narrative. He understands the elevation angle, flat Earth measurements, but he wants to believe he lives on a globe. And if he wants to do that, he's quite entitled to do that.
Yeah, but more power to you. Have your globe. Who was the other school teacher? Nathan, you know who I'm talking about. He was in a debate way before it took off. He was one of the guys that predated the flat Earth debate. He was also a teacher.
Charles, Flat Earth Math.
Charles.
Didn't you go on his? Did you go on his show, Nathan, or did you #debate him? I seem to remember you doing something with him.
Yeah. I went and called him out because he said that he didn't need the R value to say that Earth was spherical. So I went on, challenged him about it, and within 5 seconds he utilised the R value. That was when we were pointing out that it's a presupposition, though.
Yeah, that was when we were rookies.
Or you want to get into the individual that at best you've debunked the R value.
What a statement that was, huh? Mr. Sensible, right?
Yeah, he called the police on me.
Oh, nice guy, huh? So wait a second. At best, we debunked the radius, so that annoyed him, right? Then he realized what he said, probably, because everything in the sky relies on that. So what does he do? Call the cops on you. Yeah, that checks out.
He was correct in a way, wasn't it? We did just debunk the radius.
Well, it's sort of like this guy, the mapping guy now. Instead of dealing with what you've been putting forth to him on deck, with your smug remarks, he contacts Nathan.
Well, Nathan's my solicitor. I'll just send people to Nathan to sort out the the tricky bits.
And why didn't you clear it up with him that you are a male? He doesn't know if you're a male or you're a female, but he knows that you're one of Nathan's crew members somehow. So what did he want?
I mean, I don't think me being male or female will alter the. I don't think it'll alter the fact that south is a horizontal direction.
No, I got the answer on deck. Just change the letter, right? Change the vowel to an I, and then he'll know exactly what your gender is. I guess that went over everybody's head.
No, I got it. But yeah, well, making it out.
I got it.
Whether or not you're a man, go ahead. Yeah, making it about whether or not you're a man or a woman. Well, you just what's the word today? Oh, red herring away from the flat Earth measurements that I just gave you, and then you want to be petty and just delete them all, and then go back towards Nathan and being vindictive, petulant child to
why go to Nathan, like you say?
Ability to feed his children.
I've sent him the information, the factual information on cardinal directions and north, south, east, west, and how our compass works. And he deleted it. And I've asked him why he's deleted it, and I didn't get a reply. So I put it up again, and he deleted it. And I couldn't put anything up. So, but obviously he's still skewed in his mind. So you're not gonna. Why didn't he just talk about it all with me? Get to the end of it.
You struck a nerve one deck. It's called striking a nerve or hitting a nerve. Now, you could do one or two things with that. You could look at it and say, you know what, he's right. Or you could contact Nathan.
Like you say, though, when we first watched his, the video, and we all really enjoyed that. And we still do, because he's spitting out facts about things. But, look how he's gone from that happy, jolly person doing his job, just, doing what he's done, not realising the error in what he's doing, measuring her flat, but in the deep subconscious, he's on a globe. And now when this has been pointed out that, you're measuring her flat, it's triggered him, hasn't it? And he's turned into a nasty bastard now. I mean, how weird's that? How can you turn into a nasty bastard just because someone's trying to? And we're not really. We didn't have to comment. We didn't. Maybe we just, we just pointed out. Well, it is a horizontal direction, Wayne. No, it's not. It's magnetic field lines. Then we send him information to say no. No, look. This is we've cited some information. We are correct. You are incorrect. We are correct. And instead of having an adult discussion about it, or just say, well, okay, then we'll leave it there. I don't want to take the conversation any further. Do a Michael Learns on it. He's gone down the nasty route with Nathan, hasn't it? Out of order.
Well, it's a hard truth, and he's got to convince himself otherwise. You can either accept it or reject it. You accept it, you realize Earth is flat. You reject it, and you're still on a fantasy water ball. You can watch all the movies. You can hope for the moon landing to be real. You can hope for colonization of space.
Yeah, but he thinks by, he obviously knows it's Nathan's show, and we're reviewing the videos, and panel members have just commented on this. So he's gone straight to Nathan, the host of the show. And he must feel, if I can get rid of Nathan or cause Nathan some disturbance, then my mental problem will go away. This horizontalness, the horizontal direction of a compass will just go away if I can just get rid of Nathan.
By the way, I keep getting them phone calls. Is Lenny here? Lenny here? Yeah. I still get those phone calls, Len. What is it called? Owner Fluff? We don't need to mention the name. But yeah. Super childish shit.
Yeah, I noticed on one of his shows the other day he tried calling you.
Yeah, childish. Child. You know I'm not going to answer the phone. It's like childish. I've had this number for many, many years, and I will not change it. The reason why is because I worked for a lot of different people. I've ran jobs for a lot of different people. And sometimes I get a phone call to run a big job. But at my age, and now that I live in Alabama, I really don't need it anymore. So I may just change the damn number. Just tired of the nonsense, you know?
Just block him. Why don't you just block it?
I did.
Is he bringing a few different number?
I didn't check it. I know because it always comes from that area. So the area code's always the same. So when I see that area code, I just do not answer. And what I got to say to you, it's like the other moron say, are you going to continue to chat skank or are we going to talk? We're going to talk. Why would I want to talk to a thief? Like, what, do you recognize anything? Or has everybody lost their mind? Talk. I'm going to say to you, you freaking made your decision. You dug your grave. Now you live in it.
I'd probably answer his call, mate. And just say, do you want to talk about Eratosthenes or Alberuni, or do you want to talk about sea level or latitude? Which one do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I don't need to. He knows I will not give him ammunition. Let him keep calling. He just makes himself look like an idiot. Oh, he hung up. Oh, he must have accidentally hung up on me. Yeah. Tell yourself that.
You friends do such things?
I mean, stupid. It's like the stupidest stuff. It's like you have like a 9-year-old, trying to get your attention. It's like the most immature shit I've ever, like.
It's pathetic. For a grown man, it's pathetic. Yeah. And all these little stupid anti-flat earther listeners thinking, oh, he's going to phone Neil, Nathan's panel member. This will be fun. Yeah, let's all get some popcorn and listen to this. It's fucking pathetic.
Hey, Neil, who's your best friend? Just checking in. How you doing? How's Nathan's book going? I know that Huey's book and Alan's book is going well, in my guess. I'm just guessing. The sales are garbage. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff. It's like it goes down. It's almost a full. It covers my whole screen. Like, what are you doing? Just move on. Tell people how spherical it is. Why are we? If you know for sure, without a doubt, that Earth is a sphere, then what are you doing?
Yeah, it's the flat Earth measurement part for his sphere that he has to project his pain onto you, and then pretend that we're just buddies, and you must have accidentally just hung up on me, and come on, mate, we'll get back together later, and we'll go over things.
The feedback I've had from people describing the book that got stolen from me in its veneer of a spinster who couldn't hold down a man is, number one, that it's been altered to not reflect my journey into housekeeping, but reflect the the journey of some unknown spinster who's hit the wall. That was the first thing I heard. The second thing I heard was a suggestion that it's riddled with hyperlinks when it's a book. I mean, I think the comment was something along the lines of whose bright idea was it to riddle a book with YouTube hyperlinks? That was the last comment I heard about it. Now, generally speaking, that's the general sentiment I've heard back from the book that I was prepared to cut my losses of. Go, you want to extort co-authorship of my book because you've helped me, and now you're deciding that your work that you offered to help me with isn't mine, and you are going to hold it over me to extort me. All right, well, I'll have to cut my losses, keep it, fuck off. Well, that version of the book that was being offered assistance with has become a shit show of people describing it as being a hyperlink-ridden story of a spinster. That's what it's been turned into. Now, that, to me, isn't the same as... What would hurt if I had loads of people going, yeah, look, right, I understand that they took it from you, but what they've actually produced is just so good. You know, I can't wait to give it to all my friends and family. I know it must be really hard for you. It must be devastating. But I can't deny how good it is. It's like, I think Eli, you said about The Matrix being stolen, right? Now, for the guy who had the story stolen, when he sees people going, have you seen the Matrix movie? It's absolutely amazing. That would be the bit that hurt. But nobody's saying, oh, that Matrix movie about the spinster who hit the wall. It's garbage. It's riddled with hyperlinks. Whose bright idea was that? That is the reality of it, isn't it? So it's like, okay, yeah, I was right to cut my losses then. Because it's getting criticised heavily for being shit. Being a story of a spinster and being riddled with hyperlinks. That's the feedback. Not, oh my God, it's great, I can't wait to recommend it and suggest other people part with their hard-earned cash for it. It's like, okay, I was right to just let it go then.
Well, you know, there are a few people that say it's great, right?
Yeah, the people who wrote it.
Yeah.
The people who took my story and turned it into a story of a spinster think it's great. Of course they do.
Yeah. One of the authors is promoting it as, you know, it's a good, you know, you as you can tuck it under your arm, and it's great for, if you're in an argument, you can reference of how Earth isn't a globe. You can there's reference points and links in the book where if you're dealing with an anti-flat earther or a globe believer about, I don't know, a topic of the heliocentric hashtag model, such as, I don't know, gravity, gas pressure. You click to a page and have an argument, and you've got the references there and citations to have a really good argument about how the Earth's not a globe. That's what one of the authors was promoting it as. So it's an argumentation book.
Yeah.
Defense argumentation book.
Yeah, sure. Having taken the concept of flat Earth debate, which works as a live show format when you've got housekeeping questions, you can then, translate that into a flat Earth debate with a book? I mean, it doesn't really translate very well. For a debate to exist, you need two people in opposition to one another, as opposed to you sat on your own reading a book. If you read the story of somebody going through the process of that so-called debate with conclusions of how flat Earth gets measured, then that can be extrapolated out mentally by the person reading it as an individual, as opposed to cross-referencing an argument that they're not having there and then. Like, how many people are in their right mind going to enter into an argument and go, just give me a sec, I'll just look this up in my book. I've got an answer here. Oh, what do you know? Really useful, I've got a hyperlink. Take that! It's a hyperlink. I mean, it's a joke, isn't it, really? I mean, fucking more power to them. I wish it's like, it's back to my sort of attitude towards people like Simon and Dan now. It's like, well, they were previously dead to me, but that infers, at least to some extent, that I've got some sorrow because of a death. Now it's like, well, no, you're just like Simon and Dan now. You know what I mean? I wish you every success with your book that you stole from me. Yeah, I hope it does really well. Because that means my book can do well. There's enough of an audience for flat Earth material that even if it's riddled with hyperlinks and the story of a spinster, they'll still buy it. Well, then I'd hope that mine would sell at least equally as well.
Gonna blow it out of the water.
I mean, I'm not going to compare. It's not really I don't care how well someone else's stuff does. If you do that, you drive yourself nuts. How well am I doing compared to someone else? It's like, well, there's always going to be someone doing better than you. What you've got to assess is, do I find value in what I'm doing right now? Because in 10 minutes, I could walk outside and get run over. So is this moment right now a good place to be? Now, when I assess what I've done with my book, not comparing it to anybody else's, I go, I'm very happy with what it is, and I know that it will offer value to someone who parts with their hard-earned cash. Now, I get that there's going to be other people out there that see value in a book that's based on material that originally was produced by me, stolen, and then given a thin veneer of a spinster who can't keep a man. I understand that there are certain people out there that will see value in that. And good, great. I hope you get good value out of it. That if that's what it offers, I'm glad that it's based on good, solid argumentation from way back when it wasn't made redundant by flat Earth measurements being at the forefront. If you can extrapolate out an argument that takes my housekeeping questions and makes them digestible under the banner of some spinster discovering somebody who, didn't repeat those questions thousands of times, then again, more power to you. But I'm not going to compare it to my updated book that I had to remake after being fucked over by people who stole from me. It's like, that will just be what it is, and it either does well or it doesn't. It's like, well, is it doing well compared to Dubé? He's got books out. Well, why would I compare? I hope Dubé does well too. Same thing applies, right? I'm not concerned with how many books Dubé sells, and how many he sells won't be in any way consequential to how many I sell. So there's no point in comparing.
Yeah, you're not comparing. Dubé, you want success. I want success for Dubé. Dubé worked hard at those things. I do not want success for people that just freaking came right in and without a gun robbed you. I'm sorry. I will never, in my right freaking faculty, wish them success on something that they freaking stole from you. Are you out of your mind?
No, it's not that I wish them success. It's just I've got a level of indifference that I don't care. Do well, don't do well. I mean, good. If it comes up in conversation, though, my attitude is same as my attitude towards Simon Dan. You could say the same. I wouldn't wish Simon Dan success as a YouTuber. Well, why not? You shouldn't care. His success is not reflective of your success.
Exactly.
So
but it's personal. They chose to listen. They hung around here for years and chose to not even give a shit about anybody else or friendships or how people. They just freaking did what they did and moved on. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, what you gonna do?
Listen.
What are you gonna do? Who cares? That's what people do. Would you rather they showed their true colours further down the line? I'd rather sooner rather than later. Then you can get over it and move on.
Yeah, but listen, we're getting into that. What was the main issue? Well, the thing we were talking about was the book being successful. So we're measuring that by how many sales or monetary value, which doesn't necessarily mean that if you could have a book full of lies and deceit that sells more. So you know what I'm trying to get to. I mean, if a book sells more than another book, it doesn't mean it's written in truth, does it?
I'm just taken aback. I'm just slightly lost for words to what my daughter just said to me. I just can't quite believe it. I won't repeat it.
Well, Divergent Droid says, I asked Google.
Bringing it up now. Okay, cool.
In the U.S., if a publisher publishes a book that was stolen, is he liable? Answer, yes. In the United States, a publisher can be held liable for copyright infringement if they publish a book that was stolen, even if they were unaware the work was stolen. And he says, people, we can get the book shut down. I don't care. I just want Nathan's book to come out. They did what they did. They did their dirty deed. They sacrificed and didn't give a shit. What that should tell everybody is Eli, Chocolate, well, not Chocolate because they freaking loved him in, is that they didn't give a shit about any of us.
Yeah, but listen, what I'm saying is, just forget all that. Nathan's second book is Nathan's book, right? So Nathan is going to have totally peace of mind. Now the book's done, it's going to be released. yeah, it may not have been that way if things didn't happen how they happened, and Providence didn't reveal itself. So this is Nathan's book. This is how Nathan's book should have been written, and Nathan can sit back and say, I'm proud of this book, and this is my story. And that's the important thing.
Agreed. I still say when Nathan got it, when nothing happened, everything stood the way it stood. When that book was on Nathan's table, he would have been going through that, hacking stuff out, and putting measured flat in. There's no way he would have let that go out the way it was. Sorry.
I mean, I'm glad they've got the argument book, really, because if they would have went down the road of trying to, with prerequisites and measuring her flat and then, getting that out before Nathan's second book, that would have been very underhanded. So at least, Nathan's progressed and is, this is at the leading edge of where we are at the moment. And I don't think Nathan's first book reflects any of that.
No, actually, you're wrong. Secretly, my name is Betty. I do have a vagina that no man wants, and it's actually very, very devastating that my story has been purloined.
Betty Oakley.
So when she says it was never Nathan's book,
yeah, if you're out there listening to this, Betty, there's a reason that we're describing your cobweb-ridden vagina that no man wants. It's because when you lie about two books that were on screen, both of which having my name on every single page, and suggest, quote, it was never Nathan's book, he doesn't have one, I'll describe how you'll never have a man or produce a child. You old spinster that no man wants. That's what you've had written about you. That's how you'll go down in history. Some cobweb-fannied old spinster that no man wants. That's what you'll go down in history as. What's that? Wasn't my book? Okay, I mean, have it. Say it wasn't my book. It's your book, Betty. It's about how no man wants you. Wonderful. How much of achievement that you and your failure to keep a man can be attached to the housekeeping questions described by me quite literally thousands of times, and then detailed in two different drafts, both of which have my name on that you say weren't mine. Well done. Yeah, you didn't manage to keep a man, though, did you, you cobweb-fannied old spinster?
Oh, yeah, and then you can project onto us how we're in a sex and drugs flat earth measurement cult. And that we all here on the panel are just your groupies.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about talking about not being able to keep a man. I mean, at some point in my book, I did mention that we were at David Boyo's house in Cardiff with our newborn baby. But, I mean, that's about as far as it goes in that regard. The only sex that's being described in my book, soon to be released, is people porn bombing me. Oh, there was actually one other thing that was a little bit filthy, where somebody was masturbating on a Skype call with somebody else, much to their dismay. And what's the word? When someone's shocked, or I can't think of the right word. Anyway, read all about it in my book. But there are elements of people's social interactions that do have a sex element to them. But that's life. That's what people do. Similarly, you can describe how you can't keep a man. Well, keeping a man, why do you need a man? Oh, right, that's about procreation and sex. And your failure to achieve said procreation. And you're moaning about it in the opening of a book that was previously describing me and my journey into the housekeeping questions that the book is about, and was about when it had my name on every page on both fourth and fifth draft. Fifth draft being stolen, held over my head by thieves who reascribed the book to some spinster called Betty, who's decided to go along with the bullshit that she's been told that there was never any book that I had. Really? Why did every single page have my name above it then? Is it because they weren't mine? No, you've been taken in by thieves. You're a fragile flower, a delicate old spinster that was easily deceived, Betty. Yeah? Let's get that absolutely clear. You hit the wall and you had that unfortunate circumstance that you faced monetised by people who needed a patsy to put a veneer over my story. That's what the reality is. Not that there was never a story about Nathan Oakley or there wasn't 2 drafts that both had my name on the top of them. Those are all facts, no matter how much you delude yourself. But it will get you called a cobweb-fannied old spinster when you lie about the circumstances that have befallen the theft of my 5th draft that had my name on it. You can say, no, it weren't yours. Really? Why did it have my name on it? Oh, because it's about questions that I've asked thousands of times that have absolutely no connection to some cobweb-fannied old spinster. Yeah, that's right. What's that? Betty says it's nothing to do... Good job no one knows who the fuck you are.
Funny that.
Well, it's just not. It's just lying. To say something like that and to answer somebody in their chat. Holy shoot! I just dropped some things.
Yeah,
To
what you're
answer
saying is
somebody in your
that
chat.
it just makes this cobweb-fannied old spinster a liar as well. Yeah, no wonder you couldn't keep a man, Betty. You're full of deceit. You're a liar. Yeah, the versions of the book that got stolen had my name on them. Your veneer of it being a story about Betty. Sorry, how many thousands of times did you repeat those questions that are in that book, Betty? Oh, never. You were too worried about whether or not you could keep a man that you failed to. Yeah, we know. Yeah, those are the truths in the matter, though, aren't they? The story's not about you and your exploration of housekeeping questions on a show called Flat Earth Debate. It's my story. The veneer of it being about you and your failure to keep a man is what the liars have told you when they need a justifiable reason to not get caught out, to not have themselves hauled through a courtroom. I've already relinquished my 5th draft that had my name on it. Doesn't mean it wasn't mine. It means that what was going to be altered by me was also taken umbrage with. And I'm like, yeah, of course I'll go through it and edit it. Of course. After the factual information you've offered to make my book better, end quote, has been done, yeah, of course I'm going to go through it with a fine-tooth comb and make any adjustments I see fit. Oh, you don't want that? You'd rather steal it from me? Yeah, that's what they did. And then they put Betty's cobweb-fannied name all over it, didn't they? What, so that they won't get in trouble? What's that? Betty says Nathan... Maybe I don't even exist, Betty. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I've got thousands of shows with my housekeeping questions on them that show to anybody with half a brain what that book was about. But now it's got your name on it. It means that Nathan Oakley doesn't even really exist, let alone having a book about what he produced on his show thousands of times over with housekeeping.
But Nathan, it's the same as, like, say you had a space, right? You're a musician, and you've got a space where you create music and songs, and you're thinking, I'm going to write a song, and it's going to be about peace and love or something like that. So you start writing this song, and you put it together. You've got the opening of the song, you've got the bridge, you've got the chorus, and it's there. But one of your good friends, yeah, who lives somewhere else, he's called John Lennon. You ask him, you say, I'm writing his song, John, and would you have a look at it and see what you think? It's my song. It's got my, I'm writing the song. And John takes a look at it and says, it's good, Nathan, but I think I could sort of work with this a little bit and change them lyrics there where you've put peace, and we could change that to all you need is love and this and that. And I'm going to help you because you're my friend. I'm going to help you just alter your song a little bit. So he alters it and he comes up with a song called All You Need Is Love. He's helped you. That would still be your song, would it not?
I don't know, we weren't writing songs though, we were talking about what I did in my life. So it's not really a song about some hypothetical scenario, it's literally just the factual information about housekeeping that's been purloined.
Yeah, but Nathan, you didn't come up with them housekeeping questions, okay? So they're not yours.
I see. So my several thousand repetitions of them doesn't make them mine. It's a bit like saying, just because we measure it flat doesn't mean it's flat. Just because you've talked about them thousands of times daily on a show you've hosted and invited others to respond to them, doesn't mean they're yours. Yeah, it does. Yeah, which house was being kept again? Oh, was it the Ballbusters house? Oh no, they've never been asked on Ballbusters ever. But I mean, if you're going to gaslight people and change history, then you can suggest that questions that were asked thousands of times on my show aren't mine. They're belonging to a show that they've never been asked on ever. That's actually where they were all developed. Yeah, you're just deluding yourselves, right? I get that you need to lie to yourself and others after you've stolen from me. I get that. But it'll just get you called a cobweb-fannied old spinster liar because the rhetoric is suggesting that this the Nathan Oakley story isn't mine. That's what the actual suggestion is, isn't it?
Yep.
All right. I mean, you can tell yourself that, though. Feel free. Tell yourself that the story of the development of the questions that have been asked thousands of times by me isn't about me. Like I say, you can do that. Sad. But that just means that the product that you end up with is a product that describes in its opener how some cobweb spinster fannied woman couldn't keep a man. That's how the opening will have to be. And that doesn't inspire people to read on. Like I say, you can go and watch Taylor the Fiend if you want to know about women in the wall. If you want to know about flat earth measurements, you'd hope that would be the main focus. But there we go. I mean, like I say, I can't help it if somebody's purloined about 10 years of my work and then said, oh, well, that's not even his. Like, okay, so me going through it for 10 years doesn't make it mine either. Okay, I mean, in some ways you could say concepts don't belong to anybody, but then you could list them in the order that I've said them thousands of times and suggest that they belong to you. Fair enough, do what you like. If you have success describing a cobweb-fannied old spinster and her hitting the wall and how that leads into a show that I created and was given to somebody else actually being the origin of all of these questions when they were never asked on that show. I mean, you can believe that. Feel free.
Well, he tricked those that have no common sense by telling them they're all on Globe Earth Terminator website. They're mine.
Globe Earth Terminator website came along long after Flat Earth Debate, though, didn't it? Long after housekeeping questions were in effect.
Yep.
Yeah, like I say, you've got to rewrite history, but that's called gaslighting. You know, and again, if you're taken in by that, I don't care. You know, and if you have some success using my story, I don't care. You know, what I do care about is, can I pay my bills? Now, when somebody uses the fact that I'm poor to exploit my story from me and then lie about its origins, again, you can't help scumbags. They'll be scumbags whether you like it or not. There'll always be people out there like that want to steal from you and then take credit. It's called stolen valor.
Yeah, you would think a military man would know what stolen valor is, right? Seems like General Jerkoff doesn't comprehend. But anyway, there's a great book coming out soon called Measured Flat, All Roads Lead to Flat Earth by Nathan Oakley.
But just going back onto and we've had that little bit of a discussion, and we said it earlier before the end of the show, been some good shows. I think we're falling into that new, the new mode.
The next progression.
Yeah, and because things like this happen gradually. You can't just think, well, yeah, and it doesn't happen it's like seasons, isn't it? There's a gradual change to a season. It happens gradually over time, and we can see and we're feeling it now over this last week. Plus, I think that having the book now in the stages of being published out there, Nathan and Paul is obviously a little bit more relaxed. It's been very, probably stressful and tense. So that's like maybe a little bit of a release, just a little bit of like, let's get the book out now. So, but the last few shows have been great, and we've covered the Eratosthenes video. We've been speaking directly. We're not fighting or arguing. We are still pointing out the facts for an hour, going over, mapping and navigating, and I would always flat. That's the way it was basically. So I think that's good. And then I do think we should maybe next week do the Alberuni video, if you want, Nathan. We've done the Eratosthenes, the so-called globe proof, which we pulled apart Neil deGrasse Tyson, showing us our Earth's measured flat. And I've got one lined up for Alberuni, who's utilising, surface level and sea level and elevation angles to find the heights of mountains using, trig. So maybe we should go over that. I think that's good that we're doing that and pointing out that these are the things that we missed and the apparent globe proofs, which we couldn't sort of deal with in the beginning. Now we're saying, well, this is just great flat Earth proof. So yeah, well done.
Who suggested that? Half deck?
Hey, what say, Neil?
I said, who's making that suggestion? Is that you, half deck?
Half a deck. Yeah, that was me, half a deck. You Eve.
I got a good feeling though. I felt it in my bones for the longest time. So like counting the days, like hopefully sometime because it's Friday. I gotta wait till next week. Everybody says once let's deal with the book. I gotta say, well, it's out of Nathan's hands. I'm waiting for Chuck. It'll be available soon, but there will be a day finally when Nathan can say it's up, and you could buy it on ebook, however you do it. So I don't think you're going to have the option of having it all out at once, right, Nathan? It's not going to be ebook, and then you can also order a paperback and a hardcover. It's going to come in succession. Yeah, that's how it's going to be, Neil. It's going to come in succession.
Yes, Neil, it's going to come in succession.
Yeah, that'll be. Well, have you got to build on the digital copy first, Nathan, to a certain extent, and then build it up to a certain level, hashtag level, and then you can bring the paperback out and then build that up and then bring the hardback out. Is that how it works? How does it work?
Well, basically, because the main idea of the book came from Chuck, I don't really want to just put it out on Amazon when he's the main reason the book even really got started in the first place. So there's a certain amount of loyalty I've got towards Chuck. Therefore, I want to offer him exclusivity, right?
Yeah, don't chuck the book at him.
Yeah, but the last few shows have been great. Keep them going.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, because do the month
in
like,
time
well,
there will be hardbacks and
sorry,
softbacks
Nathan.
and paperbacks, but initially, no. Just digital.
Just saying, like the other month we were saying, sorry, Nathan. The other month we were saying, well, is it people are thinking it's all over and we're not doing the Simon Dan videos, we're not arguing with it. It's been a gradual process of eliminating idiots and arguing about what isn't an argument when it's all to do with measurements and it's not just pointing out what we're pointing out. Even us a little bit was thinking, all right, what do we do now then a little bit? How is this going to go then? And it's going great. We've spent the last few weeks just, like I've just said, just having a good chat about things and talking about the Earth, couple of videos, and just really relaxed and pointing these things out. What's in the book? There's no argument. There's no debate. It's measured flat. We didn't decide that. That's just the way it's always been. So it's still ongoing. Nothing's ended whatsoever. This is pardon the pun, the next chapter.
How you guys like that? What's that called, Sarita? What kind of?
Baby pancake.
How's that
Dutch oven pancake?
Doing, Neil?
Dutch baby pancake.
No, what is it?
Dutch baby pancake.
Dutch baby pancake with the whipped cream and stuff, and a bacon, egg, and cheese on a biscuit.
Baby.
You
Season
said you
a
were
while.
doing it. You said you were. Excuse me, mate. You said you was fasting.
No. I said I used to fast and I need to get back into it. I haven't called one yet. And when I do, I won't announce it because they said, don't be like the hypocrites that walk
Yes.
around with a solemn face. Wash your face up,
Neil,
look
yes.
bright, and look bright like you're not fasting.
Right on,
Exactly.
Matthew. Yes. But yeah, that
It does
sounds
look nice.
delicious,
It
and
does
you are
look-
teasing us.
It does look nice. That shows it. I could taste that when I looked at it.
I could taste it when I looked at it. It's funny. I think the bacon is beef though, so
Pepper to beef bacon.
peppered beef bacon. I'm more of a pork guy. I can't beat, pork bacon. I mean, that gives it all the flavor. But the beef bacon is all right.
Well, it's Friday. It's curry night. It is a little bit warmer today. It's 24 degrees. Curry doesn't really. A lot of people think curry doesn't really go with the hot weather, but I'll eat curry every day of the week if I could.
Do you know that's why in hot regions they have spicy food?
Oh, is it to cool them down?
Yeah, because it opens your pores. Yeah. Like when it's a very hot day, you don't go take a cold shower. You take a really hot shower. So when you come out of the shower, all your pores are opened up. Right?
Yeah.
If you take a cold shower, all your pores are closed. You dry up and you're sweating.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm. I don't know if Nathan, are you having a curry, Nathan, tonight?
Nah.
Don't bother him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm having a curry. I've decided. The Friday night thing with me, I can't. I mean, there's the odd Friday night where it doesn't happen for whatever reason, but Friday night in my house is traditionally curry night, whether it's a takeaway.
What's your
Go
favorite
out for
curry?
one.
One deck.
I like chicken curry. Oh, I like lamb. I like a lamb curry. I like it on the bone as well. Cooked on the
What
bone.
about the butter chicken?
Not so keen on that, mate. Not really. I like authentic curries. Home cooked traditional curries, Asian style. I like them spicy. I like my chili.
I had Thai curry last night.
Yeah, I don't mind the odd Thai curry. I prefer the Indian or Pakistani, Punjabi curries. I don't mess about with rice and pompadums and that. I might get a lamb curry. I might get a side dish of dal or chana, and I'll get a couple of chapati, and that's all I'll do. And I just scoop it with the chapati. Don't use any knives or fork nonsense, and just eat my way through the curry. That does me then.
That's
Yeah, I'm hungry
my
now.
lunch or dinner almost on a daily basis.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's hear from the real curry guy. Come on, Flat Arthur.
Yeah.
Give us some Indian dishes.
Flat Arthur, you send me an Indian dish. I cook my own curry from scratch, but I just tend to use the same ingredient, which is obviously onions, garlic, ginger. But I just tend to bang the turmeric in there, garam masala, cumin, maybe a bit of coriander, salt. And that's my gravy, and then just throw stuff in it like tomatoes, and then have your lamb or your chicken or veg. I do like a sweet potato and red lentil curry. That's absolutely, them flavours go great together. If I do a vegetarian curry, that's what I'll do: sweet potato with red lentil. But you
So
send me a
green
recipe, Arthur.
lentils as
Go
well.
on,
We
talk.
have a number of them. what different types of lentils do you cook? I may not know the English names of all of them, but there are 4 or 5 different types of lentils that you can cook as well. And chana is basically gram. I don't know what you call it in English, but gram is chana.
Guys, do you see my level?
Yeah, chana just is chickpea to me. Chana,
Yeah,
like a
there's
chickpea.
chickpea, there's gram, and then there is big ones like what do you call them? And there's simple peas also, which is not chickpea but only peas. So those lentil curries are also of so many different types.
I like my lentil curries. I like a lentil on the side. You know what I mean?
So it's not a curry, so to say. We simply call it dal. So lentil is dal.
Dal,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I like dal.
And with
Like it.
chickpeas, you cook what do you call it? Chole. Yes, it's called chole when you cook it with chickpeas, and there's a thick curry with it. So chole tastes awesome with butter naan or garlic naan or tandoori chapati, tandoori roti.
What annoys me with some of the restaurants over here, they use a lot of these. I prefer it cooked with the ghee. You know, the ghee for the butter. But a lot of these restaurants use like sunflower oil, which I don't like. I don't like sunflower oil. It's
No,
not
no,
good,
no.
is it?
Sunflower oil just ruins it, but original ghee
Yeah.
just takes it to a different level. And I cook my chicken and mutton as well in pure ghee. I do not use mustard oil or sunflower oil that people usually do here in India. I cook my mutton in clarified butter, which is ghee, and it takes it to another level. I can't tell you.
Another level.
Do you mean meanly level?
Pun intended.
Nice one. Yep. Well, I'm going to be finishing off soon, guys, because I've been on call all week. I've been 24-hour call all week. I've had some early hour. Yeah, I've had some call outs in the early hours, sleep disturbances. I wasn't so well the other day. I had a little bit of a virus, so I'm just glad now that I'm finishing off for today. I'm going to make my way back home, have a hot shower, and to get my pores open and cool down. And then I'm going to go and get a curry and have a couple of beers. So I am going to sort of shoot off. So great talking to you guys. Have a great weekend, and I'll chat to you all on Monday.
See you Monday.
Peace out.
Have a great one.
Guys. See you next.
Yeah, it's been a good week of shows, I would say.
Yep.
Yeah, it's amazing how much the shows can improve when you're not completely focused on editing a ninth draft of your book.
Yeah, it frees you up.
Yeah, well, hopefully people can see that, because obviously I've put out quite a few short form videos this week. Like plenty of members only material. I've built up another big backlog of material to go on the second channel for free. So, you know, it didn't take long to catch back up with YouTubing.
Yeah, those
Yeah, the
always
one
get me.
with
Like when you put a show out, right? And I'm thinking it's going to be one of the shows. I put it out at 3:00, and then by 3:15 it's over. I'm like, what the hell happened here?
the one in which you say, "What are my kids on?" was too funny, but it's just your kids being kids.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah, I put in the chat, to please subscribe and like the show and share. And, and then I give the link. And then the next thing I know, after getting a
Oh, it's
cup of
over?
water, boom, it's over.
Like, what the hell was that? Hey,
I put in my due diligence.
Eli, what's going on, Eli? How's fatherhood treating you?
They're not around.
Yeah, good. It's great being a dad. I've noticed the Alpha Murphy 72 is in here every day. And then I decided to just leave him alone and not play the game anymore. If he wants to sit here, let him sit here.
Oh, yeah, we're aware of their devices.
What you will have to prepare yourself for, and I'm sure I may have mentioned this previously, is other normies on the cusp of turning into anti-flat earthers coming to the show after I've gone out somewhere random and promoted the book. So it may not be the case necessarily that every single promotional visit I make results in book sales, but it will inevitably result in people who take offence to Earth being flat saying, you know what, I will come on and give him what for and tell him how wrong he is, because I can.
Yeah, so you're saying that they're going to pop on the show.
Yeah.
All right. That'll be interesting. Yeah, like I say, it's like a lull right now. You can call it the calm before the storm, right? But when the book hits and you do your tour, whatever you're going to do, that's when I think it's going to spark back up, shall I say? I don't know how hot it'll get. We'll soon find out. But if you think people are going to be popping on to show you something, then that's going to be interesting. And I do notice that the chats, there's a few different chat rooms on DD server that there's still people going back and forth. So there are a certain amount of people that like to argue. I don't think that'll appeal to them because they're just like being in any argument, even though there isn't one.
Yeah, but even hearing that, there'll still be people that are like, no, that you just don't understand. That whole cycle will start again, anew almost. Now, the fact that obviously we'll be able to swiftly deal with it is not really any, that's the only change, that our ability to swiftly deal with it. There's still going to be just as many people that come along and go, you just don't understand how spherical the world is, and your use of flat Earth measurements is just a straw man, or something like that. You know what I'm driving at. There'll be a fresh batch of people that will take umbrage, even though they're normies and had no previous inclination to be interested in the subject. They're like, just dismissed it out of hand. Then they'll hear the consistency of Earth measurements being put to them, and they'll immediately want to brace against it. Because wherever I am talking to whoever I'm talking to won't offer them that facility, but they'll hear, oh, right, you've got an open door to your show, so I can come in and show you how stupid you are on your own show. What, like I've been doing for 12 years, where people have been coming on and suggesting that they can prove me wrong. And yet here we are pointing out how everything that you hold true and correct requires my position hold true, to the point where it doesn't even matter if you like my position. It's being utilised and measured that way regardless of our dispute.
Here's one for you. There's a guy in the lobby room debating with Daniel Samaniego. Got a picture of a globe, and he says to him, latitude literally relies on Earth being a sphere, as do nautical miles, which previously meant 1 minute, right, of latitude. I guess the military hires literally anyone.
A minute is a degree measurement with respect to a horizontal baseline. I mean, it's just ludicrous. These people are too stupid to recognise what they're even saying. Like, you're taking the after-the-fact conversion of what I've got diagrammatically represented on the screen now, and suggesting that the outside edge of this protractor, giving us the minutes in degrees, is actually the surface. Like I explained on today's live show, it's like, no. Your inference requires you understand implicitly that the use of the spherical surface that we're not on is actually a derivation from within the sphere, not on the sphere. But they want to infer that the curve of the protractor is actually the surface that we're utilising, measuring, getting degrees from, getting arc seconds with respect to. It's like, no, you require a plane to describe the measurement of this in arc seconds. Where do we get the concept of seconds from? We're talking about a derivation of elevation angle measurements of the sun to be averaged and then divided up over a period, so we can have the concept of time. But people want to take the extrapolation of an arc second, like, listen to the words coming out of your mouth, do a bit of primary source research, and let me know where we get these concepts from. Like time. All roads lead to a flat Earth. Doesn't matter what you describe. If you're describing something with respect to a measurement of Earth, in this case in arc seconds, then you need to know how conceptually we got to the concept of arc seconds and what we're measuring with arc seconds. These people just want to bark it out. Well, arc seconds, that means globe. What? Primary source research. Look at where the words come from. Look at what we have measured to achieve these derivations in sphericity. You know, in other words, where did your measurements originate? And there isn't any exceptions. They always originate at the same exact place. Flat Earth. Always. There's not a single exception.
Yeah, so Daniel Samaniego says, I was deployed on the USS New Orleans. Stood on a battleship. I lived on New Orleans for 8 months. I've launched rockets. I've conducted land navigation on foreign soil. I've sailed across the seas and I've flown across oceans. Latitude is a physical measurement that requires the Earth to be flat. It's physically impossible to measure these angles with the curved adjacent. I think you could have left that out, but anyway, it is what it is. But
yeah, we don't need to explain
measurements.
how it's not being measured with respect to a curve adjacent, because the extrapolation of sphericity starts with the measurement of latitude. Therefore, to have a sphere, you rely on the measurements being with respect to a planar surface. But for whatever reason, on the path of anti-globism, we've led ourselves to believe that we need to justify how it's not being measured on a sphere. How we wouldn't see this distance if the world was spherical. Like, we don't need to make these disclaimers about how spherical it isn't, or how it wouldn't function if the world was spherical beneath our feet. Moving on and recognising how spherical Earth isn't is redundant when you know how flat Earth must be to create the idea of sphericity. First you measure Earth flat, then you use those measurements to create the sphericity. Now, I understand that if you ignore how flat those measurements are, as we have done for 12 years, you can then look at the sphericity and suggest how the flat Earth measurement that built it wouldn't work on it. But you've got to whistle past how flat Earth had to be in the first instance. So we're still in this world where we're juxtaposing how spherical it isn't with how flat it's measured. And there's just no need, you're right, Neil.
Yeah, he was doing good until he made that excuse. Like, you can't get it from a curved adjacent. That's old school. Just stick to what latitude is. You had him right there. You had him at hello. Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. That people get caught up in these arguments and it can go on. And it gets a little frustrating because I'm trying to watch something and I'll keep getting notices. I turn them off. I don't know how to totally turn it off. Maybe somebody could help me. But I get notices every time somebody makes a comment. So I go in there, I read some of them, and I got to be like, you know what? He's giving you a sufficient answer. And you're going to come back with some nonsense like that. Latitude relies on a sphere. You're going to get timed out for a little while. And that's it. But people like engaging in this. This will go on all weekend, Nathan. I kid you not.
Yeah, it's because there's a sphere with latitude measurements making the Earth a glorified protractor. So when people say things like latitude it requires a sphere, you're like, well, no, but you can plot the curve of the protractor and the degrees that you measure from the flat Earth onto something that looks like a sphere, and then wrap lines around it that have got those flat Earth degree measurements pasted onto them. And if you want to believe, because you're ignorant, that means that the surface is spherical when you're measuring it flat and even plotting the degree measurements of latitude from within the ball, then you can believe that those measurements that are based, if you understood your own bleeding model, from within a ball, are actually a surface that the tool that's being described as a glorified protractor with degree measurements on it is the surface. You can have it, you know. I mean, it's a complex unpacking to describe to this ignorant person how their prerequisite surface that's curved with measurements in degrees that can only be measured from within that glorified protractor actually means the surface is a violation of the very base measurements that formed it. Now, I can unpack it, but why? It's like, me unpacking it doesn't change how elevation angles to Polaris are measured, does it? They're just measured the way they are. Now, yes, they've been converted into a spherical surface with a nice, pretty ball map painted onto it. But that doesn't change that what is a latitude. If it's a degree, it's got nothing to do with a curved surface, and people want to express that to people who are telling them that it has, rather than recognising how inconsequential the argument is at all. But if you're going to half-step it and go, well, no, you just need to tell them that Earth's flat, it's almost like you're saying, well, get involved with the discussion to the extent that you explain where they're wrong. Why do you care that they're wrong? Just let them have it. Okay, latitude pasted on a ball after flat Earth measurements means we're on a ball. Okay, believe what we like. Believe it. Okay, have it. The only reason he's having the discussion with you is because he feels that if he overcomes you in your rhetoric of Earth's flatness by way of elevation angle measurement to Polaris, that will justify his belief for another day. I got the better of him because I went to a picture of a ball that had degree measurements pasted onto it with a pretty map around it, and I told him, that's the surface right there. You're like, okay, it's just your ignorance, but why would I now spend any time with you? This person's undoubtedly going to be unpleasant when they're telling you this. Nuh-uh. It's like, what? Hold on. Are you making any maps today, Neil? Did you make these measurements of Polaris? No. Would it be consequential if you're right or wrong about them? No. What about the guy who's arguing with you? Is he consequential? No. What about Samaniego? Is he consequential? No. No offence to you, Daniel. But when you enter into the discussion at all to tell them, no, you need flat Earth prerequisites, that's half stepping. It's like, don't even respond to him. Okay, have it. Go away. You want to believe you're on a ball? Okay, I know differently. To the point where I can have this apathy. I can go, I don't give a crap if you believe that. I know better than you. I should be converting you. Nah, I'm all right. You can have your ball. I want you to go away now with your ball belief intact. Have it. As opposed to, no, I'll convince you how wrong you are. I don't care how wrong you are. It doesn't matter to me how wrong they are when they say that you rely on a ball to form latitude. It's the other way around. You rely on latitude to make a ball. But again, I don't have to explain that he's got it arse about face and explain where the measurements create the ball. Why? Well, am I going to get a prize? Will he pay me? No. So it's like, well, why half step around it? Just give him it. Okay. You say latitude's reliant on a ball? Don't even mutter it to yourself. You've got it the wrong way around, mate. Just go, okay. On you go. Do you feel better? I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Ball's dependent on there being a latitude system, says you. Because why? Oh, you've got a picture of it. Oh, how wonderful. That must be very, very comforting for you. Now I've conceded to this. Do you feel better? Will the answer be yes? Like I say, if we do the John technique. Okay, I concede. You can have it. Have your ball with your flat Earth latitude measurements. I mean, I didn't say that. Just have your ball. Go away. Will you get a prize? Who gets anything? No one gets anything out of it. Because we don't matter. Latitude's still latitude.
Yeah, so the guy Grumman says to him, I literally provided physical measurements that demonstrate you are wrong. So if he provided physical measurements, he'd have measured Earth flat. That's number one. And I got timed out for it. Yeah, you did. I timed you out because this has been going on all night, last night. Also, no, it's not a stereotype. It's the objective truth. I've stood on battleships and I've seen the firing tables. Oh, so wait a second. He's going to go by firing tables. So Daniel Samaniego came back and told him to see now there's a military guy that didn't know he was talking to a military guy. So then Daniel responded to what I said before. Well, I've been on battleships and I've done these things too. And they all require Earth to be flat. So it's funny, but it does get annoying after a while. Because you're right, Nathan. They put up pictures. They got a picture of the Earth with the pizza pie spliced over it, and this is their triangle. It's not, because it's not 180. It's off because they don't have straight lines. So if it's not three straight lines meeting at a vertex, then what they have here is not a triangle. So Daniel tells him measuring the Earth flat, definitely not measuring the center of a sphere for the horizontal baseline. It's physically impossible There he goes again. To measure 90 degrees with the curved adjacent. So instead of saying it's physically impossible, just say that you measure it at 90 degrees, right? With a flat baseline. Right? It's just a little fine tuning of your argumentation that'll take you away from it being an argument. If you would just make the statement of fact instead of showing how it's impossible to measure 90 with a curve, just tell them you measure 90 with flat baselines. You know what I'm saying?
Not exactly. My wife and I are doing shopping admin. Sorry, Neil. Yeah, take the basket back. I complete change of subject. So I don't do the shopping, as in grocery shopping, and I did the other day. So I went and took the kids to their, I can't remember what, drama class. And when we went back, I'm like, I'm going to buy some chicken and some cheese and stuff to make dinner, because I'm going to make dinner tonight with the kids, which is an unusual event. So I go to the Tesco or whatever it was. What's the supermarket that I got this basket? I went to Asda, which is Walmart for you guys, and when I'm leaving the store, there's no bags, right? There's no bags to purchase at the point that you're buying your stuff. There's somewhere else in the store that you have to buy them for a set amount, and they expect you to either bring your own or buy them at some other point in the store. So what I remember of shopping is you get to the end and there's bags to put your shit in. Well, no bags, right? So I don't want to ask no lady. I don't like that. Right, anyway, what I have got in my possession is a basket. So I'm like, well, this is what I'll be using then. So I walk to the car with this basket, open the boot and proceed to put it in it. And both my kids are like, you're stealing that basket. I'm like, yes, I am. Now, that basket is a pain in the ass because it's now in the middle of the lounge. And I'm like, you will take this basket back when it's become a pain in the ass. But when I walk past all my neighbours, because we're in an apartment, right, so there's people lurking around, I pull up in the car park, open the boot, and they're all watching me take out the Walmart basket. And they're all like, you're not supposed to take those home. And I went, yeah, I know. It's good to break a few rules. I don't often go shopping. I'm a rebel, me. I've nicked this basket.
See, Nathan.
And then we were justifying it to just one last bit. We're justifying it to the kids, going, look, we're just borrowing it. And both my kids gave me a moral lesson. They're like, no, you've stolen it. I'm like, fine. Yes, you're correct. Me taking it is, strictly speaking, wrong. Now, the fact that I'm not going to chuck it in the canal or, chuck it in the bin, it will genuinely go back. It's about to now. But ultimately, you are correct, right? I shouldn't have taken it. It was against the rules. Daddy's very naughty. But it got a laugh out of Mummy, didn't it? When she saw me walk through the door with it. And it got a laugh out of all the neighbours, didn't it? So that was worth it. And I'm like, no, it's not. I've still got to sort of dice this tightrope of giving them a moral story about thou shalt not steal. But also, sometimes it's amusing too, so long as you return it and you have no intention of actually depriving someone else of property.
I got to correct you on thou shalt not steal. Nathan, did you go in there desiring to steal a freaking basket? Right,
it was on my shopping list.
I
can't lie, I did have bacon, chicken, cheese, Asda basket. It was on the list, I won't lie.
Well, they're supposed to provide you with bags. That's one good thing about Alabama. All that shit went out the window. New York, they don't give you no more bags. You got to buy your own bags. You got to bring your own bags. So what do I do with these 50 items I got? They give you plastic over here.
Fit quite nicely in the carry basket that they give you at the door. It's really quite a sturdy bag. Very good.
Hey, years ago when I moved to Alabama, the first time from 2008 to 2010, I didn't have a car. So the supermarket was in walking distance. I would freaking use their shopping cart and walk home with it and keep it by my door. And then when I had to shop again, I go back with the shopping cart. They knew I was using it. They didn't have a problem with it. But I understand what you're saying. You're not supposed to take something that don't belong to you. But you're not desiring to steal a basket.
No. Now it's here. It's a massive pain in the ass. But it was worth it for the laugh I got out of the neighbours and my wife when I strolled in the door with it or got it out of the car. They all started laughing. I knew that would be the reaction.
You're talking about the handheld baskets, right? With the two handles?
Yes, that are very clearly not to be taken home.
Those are a pain in the ass to shop with, though. I use the wheel. I don't care if I'm getting 4 things. I'm wheeling. Why carry when I could wheel?
Yes, that's going back. But I've just said to my wife, there's no pop, and I need pop. It's really hot here. It's and humid.
But you're right about the pictures they show you, because this conversation that I've been reviewing between Daniel and Grumman, the baller guy just keeps putting up pictures of spheres.
But whenever that happens, it reminds me of Globe Earth Dictate, when one of the panel goes, "Do you see this picture of a ball?" Well, that's a ball right there.
Yeah. He was funny.
That means Earth's a globe, stupid. In this case, they put a picture of a ball with latitude on it, not recognising that they've got little degree symbols that means that they're angles. They're like, look, it's pasted on top of a circle. Yeah, like the numbers can be pasted onto a protractor. They just don't get it. They're so short-sighted because most people we're up against, and I'm not saying this because I want to brag about my education, but I was educated in a private school where they taught us the trivium, they taught us logic, and they taught us primary source research. Not repeat this and you'll get a mark on an exam. How do you know that's the case? Well, because I got it from this source. Well, how did that source get it? I don't know. Well, go to the back of the book and see where they got it from. Oh, they got it from them? Yeah, that means it's true. No, that means you go to that source and see where they got it from. And so on and so forth, and you keep going. Now, most people just didn't get taught this. They got told, this is what happened in World War I. Can you repeat it? You can. You will do well. Now, don't move until the bell goes, then you can urinate. It's teaching you how to be on a production line. That's it. Now, not that I've got anything against anybody who likes factory work. Fine, more power to you. If you make a living in blue collar work, good for you. But that's what you were trained in. Like, that's why you're proficient in it, because that's what you were taught in state education, how to work in a factory, how to piss when a bell goes off, how to repeat what you've been told, how to carry out instructions. Well, that's what you're trained to do. You're not taught in the trivium, you're not taught logic, you're not taught primary source research, you're not taught the stuff that actually assists you in figuring out if stuff's true or not. Hardly anybody gets taught that. So when they see diagram with latitude on and little numbers with circles on, they don't go, how does this work? How do we get the little numbers with the little circles next to them? What's been measured? Where did this come from? Who produced it? Who measured it? They're not asking any of those questions. They're saying, you see this ball with latitude on it? That's me measuring, you dumbass. Therefore, ball. Why are you even here again? Is it because you suspect your wife's cheating on you? By metaphor, like in the live show. Is it because you are worried that she might not be faithful? Therefore, you've got to start asking questions about how faithful she is. If you knew she was faithful, you wouldn't be asking the question. You'd just know it. If you knew it was a ball, you wouldn't be here telling me how wrong I am. You just know it. But you can't be in a position to know it's a ball. The cognitive dissonance is a Dunning-Kruger example when it comes to state-educated ball believers, because they're looking at this that they've got in front of them, and like when they were at school and they were presented with information and told, because it exists on this page, it is true. They go, see this ball with latitude on it? That means I've measured Earth to be spherical. They're just delusional idiots. Like, poorly educated, ignorant, don't know their own ignorance, Dunning-Kruger. That's what we're actually dealing with. And you can't help those people. What are they good for? You're good for sitting on a factory production line and being told when to piss. That's what you're good for. Why don't I give a shit? Okay, your religion's correct then, because of this diagram. If diagram with latitude, then ball. Why would I spend my time with this deeply unpleasant person unpacking the latitude measurements from a flat plane with elevation angles? Why would I describe backing away from it with a degree that's declining towards the horizon, and for every degree it translates to a linear 60-mile nautical distance? Why would I unpack that for them? It's like, you go on your way and you'll do well on a factory being told when to piss. That's what you're good for. Okay, diagram then ball. Okay, that's good enough standard for you, have it. I'd look at that and go, how does this work? I remember 10 years ago when I came across the curve calculator, I looked at it and I went, oh, God, I've got to go through all of this shit and figure out how it works. That's annoying. Other people look at it and go, there you go, ball proof. You're like, what? Why? Well, because somebody's out there and doing the maths of it, and there's the maths, therefore there's the ball. I'm like, what? Does it not fill you with dread that you've got to now go through all this boring, shitty maths and figure out how it all works? No, I'm not going to go through it and figure out how it works. It's ball maths, therefore ball. Are you an idiot? Can't you see the maths? Yeah, I can, but it fills me full of dread because I've now got to figure out how the bloody hell it works. Because that's how I'm inclined to figure out how it works. Who measured it? Who came up with it? What's the timeline? If they didn't come up with it, who gave it to them? And so on and so forth. But people out there that are brainwashed in a public school or whatever you want to call it, state educated, just go, here you go, this is enough for me. I was told this is enough and that I should accept it. And all you're doing is making that acceptance painful. So I'm going to shove my standard in your face and yell at you that you're stupid for not accepting it. It's like, no, you're annoyed that you don't understand it and have deferred this acceptance or cognition to someone else more superior than yourself. So because somebody developed a system that's painted onto a ball with latitude lines and degrees written on it, that means it's a ball as far as you're concerned. You defer your judgment to someone smarter than you that came up with this system. You're not inclined to figure out how the system works, and if you did, you'd figure out it's flat. But I don't feel responsible for telling these dickheads that. You know, it's back to the validation boy thing. Just smugly smile and just think, oh, okay. Yeah, okay, you've got a ball. Good for you. If you want to believe that, that's up to you. But, you know, if it makes you happy to believe that. But in the case of most of the people who deal with us, it isn't making them happy, is it? When they're barking how you're wrong at you, when they don't really know how the stuff works, they've just got a picture of a ball with latitude lines drawn on it with degrees that they don't understand how they've been acquired. So there's no benefit for you. They're not going to change the world either. So it's like, well, that puts us back into, this leaves us all being inconsequential because it's not going to benefit anybody. It is what it is. It's measured flat whether we describe it, detail it, correct somebody on it. The guy that's working in a factory, nodding along to his government-based education, is never going to have any bearing, no pun intended, on how Earth's measured. So it doesn't matter if he accepts it or not. If what he accepts is cognitively dissonant for him, that doesn't matter either. If what he accepts is incongruent with the reality of measurements, again, completely inconsequential. It doesn't matter. So just let it be. Let it be, oh, let it be. Half the time when
Nathan.
When we're criticising these people, or when I see others doing it, I see that as their weakness. I'm like, you feel the need to defend this because I would assume you're not 100% certain of it. You see it and you recognise it and you perhaps understand it, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's instilled the confidence in that being the reality that's been measured. Because if that was the case, that you accepted that, not that it needs your acceptance, but you know, for that person, if they did, they wouldn't feel the need to argue with anybody. I mean, I'm in a habit of doing it, and I've got a YouTube show about it, so I'm always going to be arguing about it. But it is kind of hypocritical for me, because I'm like, the attitude should be indifference. Because that is what it boils down to. It doesn't matter. There will be no difference if you believe it, don't believe it, have a contrasting view that's incongruent with it, disavow it, use it to build a ball. Doesn't matter what you do with any of it. It is what it is. So, you know, you should have apathy to anybody who's in cognitive pain telling you how wrong you are when you say it's flat. Like, why were you saying it's flat to them? Was it because you weren't confident about it to begin with, that you needed to express it to next man?
I don't think that's the case. Hold on. I don't think that's the case with Daniel. Been around for a long time. But what I think it is, okay, you enter into conversation, you lay it down, and that's it. But to go back and forth for days on days on days, yeah, then it makes me wonder, are you sure that Earth is flat? Or are you trying to confirm, you know, something that you still haven't settled with yourself?
It's just what it is. You laid out the measurements. You even gave them when it went to, gas pressure and gas laws and the second law of thermodynamics. You even let them know the scientific method. You just laid it out. Boom, we're done. Yeah, you can be at peace with it and go about your day. Hey, come and have us a hello, Daniel. Great to see you, bro.
Yeah, there was also Viking was arguing with this one person one time for weeks. Weeks. Boom, 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 boom. Notification, notification. Every time somebody sends a message, it pops on my phone. Got to swipe it off, swipe it off. It's like you've laid it down for them, right? That's it. Cut your ties. They don't want to believe they're on a flat earth. They don't want to face reality. So what are you going to do? Oh, wait a second, but you're still arguing. So my question is to you now. Are you for sure? And you say without a doubt that Earth is flat, or are you still struggling with it? I don't argue. You don't see me in these freaking chats arguing with anybody. I finally get to the point where I get disgusted when a guy's talking about freaking Earth rotation. And I'll say, like, what rotation, you freaking moron? And that's it. Cry them out and move on. But to sit in an argument for so long, it's kind of weird.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Jesus help them with that. There's nothing to convert the individual. This is just what it is in reality. And you just demonstrated it with the measurements you just gave for your ball belief that the Earth's measured flat. Yeah, anyone ever that's ever measured the Earth will be measuring the Earth flat. Yeah. Call it a day. Have a great one. Yeah, especially as you pointed out, that makes it evident to be going back and forth day after day with this person. We're done.
Yeah, I can't do it anymore. It's just not for me, I'll enter into it and that's it. But once it gets to a point where it's going to be back and forth, not for me. But if it's for you, more power to you.
Yeah. Daniel's absolutely ace. It's just Lord bless him to keep going on and with a perceived debate and a wrangle dangle of it. It's like, bro, you just already gave it to him. This guy's just looking to be a contrarian poop nugget. Cut your ties, call it a day, and God loves you.
Well, to me, it's more powerful when you do that too. It speaks volumes when you say, you know what, that's fine. Have your ball. If that's the way you want it, no problem. But I'm finished here. Now you leave them like, wait a second, why doesn't he want to argue with it? What's going on here? I'm used to somebody going back and forth with me here. What's happening? They're just telling me that's it. They're done? What? Wait, what's going on here? Now you got them scrambling like, why are you not arguing with me anymore? Why are you not giving me your proof that you've been giving me for the last 3 weeks or the last 10 years? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, exactly. And there's the part where you gave it to them. They already gave it to you. So there's nothing to argue about. The dinner's on the table. You're done. You don't need to start, throwing the mashed potatoes. You're already done.
I think it's because this is how it's always been. Like when you came into Flat Earth, it was a debate. Look at the title of the show, Flat Earth Debate. But a lot of people can't progress past the debate, right? Now we've progressed past it where there never was a debate. like you said, you're giving me the flat measurements. What are we debating about? Like Refracted says, where's the point of contention? If you can tell me the point of contention, then we'll surely have a debate. And you will not find a point of contention on this subject because both sides utilize a flat earth. So what are we talking about now?
If your foundation is to, disseminate the information and the reality of the earth being measured flat, and they also gave it back to you or initiated it back to you that the earth is measured flat, then you're done here, brother. It's no more to go forward with. Because other than that, you're dealing with a disingenuous person that you already state in your chats as well, bro, that just wants to suck the life out of you.
Yeah, sometimes these things go on, and I don't know what time it is for them, but sometimes for me, it's like 2:00 in the morning. Beep, beep, beep. I'm like, well, are they still go? They haven't stopped since earlier today. And it's the same thing repeated over and over and over. It's like, and I do come in to try and bring some, like, when you try, when someone's hysterical in the movies, they smack them to get, to get them to calm down. You smack them across the face. So I come in with a smack to wake them up. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Just lovingly to come to your senses. But yeah, there's just the beauty in it that, yeah, you're just at peace. And that there's also the beautiful moments like we brought up yesterday that, yeah, those moments like with our childhood and stuff, or even the subjective things like what we want to eat and stuff. Yeah, those we can get into, yeah, the beauty of them and the joy of them. And then, so be it with the earth being measured flat, yeah, you can get into it, but it'll all be based on that it's measured flat. You want to go into more detail and you're enjoying it, yeah, that's one thing. But to pretend that there's any type of debate, argument, something to agree, disagree, consensus, no. There's none of that that's incorporated into it. It's just simply the Earth's measured flat.
Well, if you think about it, if I was to reflect, like say go back, let's say we'll go 6 years ago, I was in and out of all different rooms. The show ended up being 24/7, right? Yeah, I was uncertain, right? I was looking for the, comfort. Maybe I didn't know, but now we do. Now it's not even a debate. Now it's like, no duh, it was always this way. It was given to us this way, like one deck says. So, like, what am I doing here? What am I going back and forth? What's the point? To me, it's just a waste of time. We do a show here, Nathan runs a show. We all enjoy being here, and we all enjoy interacting with each other. Right now, we're in the mode of it's measured flat, and that's it. There's nothing you can do about it, right? Game over. Let's talk about other things. Where we're going to progress to next, right? What's going to be the next proof that it comes about that we didn't know, that we could say, wow, how do we miss this? Right? That's all fine. Once the show is over, that's it.
I mean, yeah, there's still the beauty of other things, still with the evergreen of it being measured flat. It's just like now Nathan and Refracted are bringing up, the polar patterns of, microphone and the sound distribution, or the incident angle from light to give you that, imagery, and all requiring the horizontal plane of our flat earth. Yeah, you can still go forward with those things. So be it. But there is no argument, debate. How you feel about it, and agree and disagree, and share your bias with me. And no, it's just flat. It was already created like that for you to measure it flat, because the Earth is flat.
But if that's what you like doing, feel free. I will figure out a way how to turn off all notifications where I don't keep getting hit with freaking arguments that people are having. It's like, and I say, you know what, it won't bother me. Every time it comes on, I'll just swipe up. Like just now, right? You sent the message to Divergent Droid. Boom, it pops up on my thing. Swipe it up, no big deal. But when you're trying to watch a freaking hockey game on the phone and there's constant bloop, 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 and then when somebody else is arguing
how
in
did yours
another
come out?
platform, bloop, bloop, bloop,
Yeah, that's
holy
the thing with
shit.
mine too. And then, so be it. It's at a point of the middle of the wee hours too. Yeah, you have the same part. And then mine's like that. It's the most noticeable notification I have. It's like that. It's like it can wake you up at a point where others are kind of just no sound, or or that they're a small blip. But yeah, the notifications from Discord or Master B, or so be it Teams. Yeah, it's that loud, distinctive.
Well, I get them from Why World Debate, Earth Awakenings, if there's something going on. If this one's talking about something over there and they're arguing in the chat, it's like, holy shoot. And it's frustrating when it's seasoned flat earthers that have been here for the longest time, that are still part of Nathan's show. What are you doing? You've laid your cards on the table. You have a straight royal flush. Unbeatable. You laid your cards down. Walk away.
I thought 4 aces was higher than a royal flush. A royal flush is
Not a straight royal flush. I thought that was the highest.
no. I thought that the
We won't
highest
get
you
into
could
the game royal is.
Well, you used to call it a pile. I don't know what you call it, but the order would be a flush, a run, a running flush, which is like Jack, Queen, King, Ace, but all in the same suit. So Jack, Queen, King, Ace of Hearts would be what you're calling a royal flush. Well, above that is 4 of anything. So 4 2s, 4 3s, 4 4s, and obviously if it gets to the point where someone's got all 4 of the same card, it's then who's got the highest number. That's higher.
No,
So
four aces or 4 of a kind do not beat a royal straight flush. In poker, a royal straight flush
break it down.
is the highest possible hand and beats all other hands, including 4 aces.
It goes a royal, which is the 10 of the same suit, Jack, Queen, King, Ace. That's a royal flush. Then there's straight flushes from any combination to the sequence of a number all the way up to a painted card, which will be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the same suit, or it can be 9, 10, Jack, Queen, King, and that'll be second rank. Then the third rank is the 4 of the same rank, aces down to deuces.
Yeah, but they have that listed as a royal straight flush, not just a royal flush.
Well,
I guess it's the same
you got
thing.
me how you got that designation, because technically straight flush is second. If you have it exactly 10 through ace, you have the very best hand in poker.
Yeah, it's a straight royal flush. It's royal because it's the royalty. It's straight because it goes from, like you said, 10, Jack, Queen, King, Ace.
But yeah, it can just simply be stated as a royal. Then after that comes a full house, which you have 3 of a kind of 1 rank in your hand. Let's just say you have 3 sevens, and that based on the making of the hand, you have a pair with it. So that would be the set 3 with the 2.
Yeah. All right. The
Then you
point is
have
that
a
we have the
flush.
royal flush. So when you have the royal flush, you lay your cards on the table and walk away. There's no need to
Yeah,
even
yeah,
go all the way down to a
yeah.
pair. They have a
With going
pair.
through the rankings here, but yeah, bottom line is that in this discussion, so be it, interacting with someone else. Yeah, bottom line is that, yeah, you put it in that analogy, you have the very best. You don't need for the analogy for them to bluff you off or to pretend or whatever else, or to keep going as though like they're going to have anything to beat you.
I had a grandma that wouldn't have cards in the house. It was the same grandma, very religious, that said money's the root of all evil. Slightly incorrect. But she wouldn't have cards in the house. And one day I said, well, why won't you have playing cards? So I was like looking to play Snap or something with my sister. And she was like, no, I won't have playing cards in the house. I was like, why won't you have playing cards in the house? And she said, gambling is the devil.
Well, yeah, she has a point there towards the basis of how you start to interact as a person, as though, things are based on your luck or your accident or your relativism. Sound familiar with what we deal with here?
Sounds like your grandma was in a holiness church,
and
Nathan.
She was what?
Sounds like your grandmother was in like a holiness church.
Evangelical. She was a missionary.
Yeah, evangelical or could be
evangelical.
See, the Pentecostal.
Yeah, Pentecostal.
Sorry?
Yeah. That was the church that my parents went to, a Pentecostal church.
Yeah, see, Pentecostals, they would have told you that if you're at a ball game when the Lord comes back, you're not going with him. And that is the worst doctrine ever, because it makes you that you have to do something, when in Christianity that Jesus was promoting, you don't do nothing. You enter in. If anything, you chase away the birds when that offering is being offered. When you made that covenant, when God made the covenant with himself to save mankind. So but you can get caught up in that where everything is bad. And, you can have legalism. And then people say, well, I'm not under the law no more. Well, yeah. Well, so why are you telling people that their skirt has to be past their knees then? Or why are you telling people that they shouldn't have a certain type of haircut?
She had a word on that as well. She said, I'm just trying to remember, short skirts are the devil.
Okay, yeah. Now there she's going towards like legalism or.
No, that was a joke. She didn't ever say that. I was just joking. She did say gambling is the devil, though.
Well, the thing is this. Yeah, it's legalism. But what they do is they take a portion of scripture where the Apostle Paul is explaining that a woman should be teaching the younger women how to dress and how to present themselves, right? But you can go off the deep end with that, and you become very legalistic, where you're measuring how short the skirt is. That's not what it's all about. Christianity, you don't have to do a darn thing. The Holy Spirit is going to convict the person. Nobody had to tell me I had to stop swearing, right? It was just something that, began to bother me as I was becoming a Christian.
Well, then you're getting into, okay, is it you and your self-righteousness, or is it actually God, the Lord Jesus working in you, that this is how you will be? Because if it's a matter of you pointing the fingers and being a Pharisees and a Sadducees and the chief priests, well, that doesn't fly with God.
No, well, that's the whole thing. It's the work is being done by God in you. You don't need a man. I don't need anybody to tell you this. You don't do this and don't do that. It's not a religion of do's and don'ts. It's a relationship, and the one that's the head of that relationship, which is Christ, by the Holy Spirit, is going to, bring you to all, everything you need to do. You don't have to be told, hey, I can't be hanging out over here no more. You're going to feel it. Like you'll be watching something and it'll grieve you. Like, don't need a man to tell you these things. So it sounds like, yeah, your grandmother was definitely Pentecostal. Not quite as bad, but, it could distort how how you view Christianity. Really. That's why that message I sent you should listen to that, Nathan. He breaks it down beautifully in less than an hour.
Fair enough.
So yes, a royal flush is the highest hand. And when we came to the measurements of Earth, basically, we got dealt a royal flush. The cards are always there. The whole time we were freaking playing with a pair of deuces.
Well,
And now
that's actually a good one, because then, like, you're pretending your crap hand or a small pair is the best when, yeah, they're the ones, at that point, at the perceived debate, the ones pretending to hold the royal flush, which in this
that's
analogy,
the ballers, right? They were pretending they had a royal flush.
The beauty is that you start to realize that, like, wait, that royal flush,
that's ours.
Is always, yep, there you go. Yeah.
The royal flush is ours, and they don't even have a pair.
Have it. So that's the beauty of it. I mean, where it's not, you want to bring up this analogy, you're always, not just whenever you happen to be dealt with it, you're always holding that hand.
Right. And they ain't even holding a pair. They don't even have a pair of deuces.
Yeah.
They have a hand like a foot. When we were in the club playing cards, if you got like a freaking 7 of club, ace, a freaking deuce, a 3, a spade, right? You get cards all over. You'd be like, I got a hand like a foot.
High card. Yeah, high card.
Got a hand like a foot here. So that's what they had. They thought they had a royal flush when they had a hand like a foot. And the royal flush was ours. It was always the royal flush. Measurement.
Yeah, you bring it to that analogy. It always was, is, and will be the royal flush. It's unbeatable, unchangeable, always will be.
Yeah, but I think that's what the problem is, though. Everybody was brought up in the debate thing, and they just don't know how to take that next step. They still feel like they have to be debating something that's undebatable, right? If that's even a word. It's not to be debated. So what's going on here?
Yeah, it is, and it's just that part for, okay, you're at peace. It's just what it is. Not only did I give you the measurements, which you want to go nuh-uh about, but you throughout this thread have given those same measurements for your ball belief. So there's nothing to argue about. We both know that the Earth's measured flat. And anybody who's ever measured it flat, because that's the way it was created. It's the antecedent of the Earth already being a horizontal plane for you to measure it. Earth's measured flat.
I mean, that would be totally not even fair. Thought to put us on a globe and said, okay, start constructing on it. Build cities, build towns. Huh? You ever try and build a freaking house that's on a hill? You gotta level that sucker up.
Yeah, that was
There's a lot of work involved in that.
Yeah. How long was I there? But yeah, I was hanging out with my buddy there in Crestline, and the houses are like on side of the hill and the mountain, and what is it? You know, it's a few thousand feet up.
Yeah, you got to build that one side all the way up.
Yeah, they're still leveled. There's still the horizontal base to build the house. So even though at points where, like, let's say you're in the bedroom.
No, there's not. Hold on a second. There's not a horizontal on those things when you're building on let's say inclines or depressions, and say you got one part on the high point and you're going into a low point, you have to build that up to level. Now, you could measure the depressions and the heights from mean sea level. That's the horizontal baseline that's given to us. But now you have to bring that up to the level of the high point. Then you got level.
Yeah, you're going into that reference, but I'm just referring to the house isn't built sideways in orientation, like with the hill.
No, you got to level it off.
Yeah, that's what. So, but the weird thing is, like, when I was going to sleep, it's such a weird feeling that you're like you're sleeping upside down and you're sleeping it was weird and at a slant. Yeah. It was weird on the orientation based on, where you are to sleep. Yeah.
Sounds like they didn't do a good job of leveling it then.
Yeah, there's that part too, to actually be an expert. But you know what I'm saying? You still have that with your recognition of your senses inside of you that, you're like at a point sleeping like with orientation of the mountain or the hill, when even though you still are in reality as well, still sleeping horizontally. Yeah, it's a weird connection with your body.
Yeah, and what happens with a lot of those when they build houses on hills and it extends out to the depression of the hill where they got to build it up, what happens through the course of the years, it begins to settle. So now you got to now you got to redo the inside of the floor. Now you got to raise it up because it's settled down, and now you're on sort of a slant. So now you got to build up the floor again and re-level it.
Yep, and that's what it is demonstrated in reality. That to build the house and for it to be structurally sound, for it to be level.
Yeah, I moved from Brooklyn, which is pretty much just freaking all like flat streets, right? So there was no hills or anything. I moved to Maspeth, Queens, and it was all hills. Insane. Like when you were walking downhill, I mean, you felt it going downhill. So you look at all of the houses and you see the foundations, right? You'd have one like starting with 3 inches, then boom, going to 6 feet of concrete foundation, and then the house built up. And you would see that all the way down the freaking hill. Now the houses are still level, but you could see, I can't explain it. You could see it in the foundation. And you could see where they, here's where they started level, and they had to freaking build the concrete all the way up 6 feet. And then the house built on top of that. But it was all hills in Maspeth, which made it great for freaking wintertime when it snowed. There was this one, we called it Death Hill. Like if you jumped on a freaking sled, or remember them plastic ones you used to have? They came out in, I think, the 80s too. They were just straight up plastic. You can roll them up. You would freaking jump on that, like body dive on that. And by the time you reached the freaking middle of that hill, you were flying. The only problem is,
there, Lord.
Right. The only problem there is you're going right into a two-way street. So, like, if we drove our bikes or roller skating down that hill, oh boy.
Yeah, those are the things where, yeah, you're walking the tightrope there.
Yeah, I was walking one time to school, right? Now, like I said, it was all hills. All freaking, like walking up the freaking block would be walking up a hill, right? And I glance, I'm walking to school and I glance to the freaking, to a car window and I see myself and I look like the freaking hunchback of Notre Dame. I was like, holy shit. I quickly straightened up my posture. I'm like, this neighborhood is causing me to walk like a gorilla.
Yeah, making sure that you're actually walking properly and erect.
We had from Brooklyn
Putting
to
yourself in
Maspeth was a
pain.
big difference, man. Flat streets to freaking private houses and all freaking hills. I remember by the time I got to school, I was exhausted. Walking up and down freaking hills to get to school.
Yeah, then you
Anyway.
start sounding like the stereotypical dad comments, walking up both ways, in the snow, to let them know how tough you had it, Yeah, I walked up, both ways in the snow, barefooted, with just, my books on my back. You kids have it easy today. You guys ever got that kind of stuff?
Yeah, my kids got it easy. They're homeschool. They don't ever have to walk to school. They walk from the bedroom to the kitchen table. They don't even walk. They do it in their room.
Wow, they don't have a power scooter or hover around to get from their bedroom to the dining room table? I'm just saying. Yeah, it's different.
Listen to this. Yes, Maspeth, Queens is characterized by several notable hills and steep elevation changes, particularly in the areas surrounding Mount Olivet Cemetery, which I know what that is, and near the border with Ridgewood, another section in Queens. The area is known to be high with views towards Manhattan. That's true. Then we have Snake Hill. The area near 72nd Street and Calamus Avenue is historically known to residents as too steep a hill. Yeah, there was some rough hills there. I remember that as a kid. Now, it can't compare to San Francisco.
Yeah, now you're bringing up that kind of stuff. That actually reminds me of Astoria, Oregon. Now there's a bunch of wavy hills to a town and one-way streets. Yeah, that starts to be a adventure.
Well, I remember when I seen that movie 48 Hours with Nick Nolte and Eddie Murphy. He was coming from leaving San Francisco, and I was like, yo, those are steep freaking hills. But they showed him driving from there. I guess I was like, whoa, those are some major freaking hills.
Yeah, that's the thing. Not so much of extreme heights, but a lot of hills. And that's what I got the assessment too. It's like also San Francisco's filled with one-way streets. That's gotta be an adventure to get around there too.
Holy shoot!
Make a left.
I'm gonna
Make a
share
left.
this. I'm
Turn
gonna share.
around.
I'm gonna share this picture with you. I'm gonna put it in Master B. It's called San Francisco Hill Houses are defined by steep, scenic, and often historic Victorian or modern designs. But when you see what they freaking build houses on, I gotta share this. I gotta share this picture with you guys because this is crazy. Because imagine this is just, and this is on a flat Earth that you have these things. How difficult it is to build on that. So, how could anybody think that God would put us on a freaking ball? Master B. See if you get those pictures in Master B, CC. Nathan should put it up on his screen if he could too. Do you see that? All the houses are level, even though they're built on that major hill. Look at the way the cars are. All the cars are leaning left. Can you see that yet?
Click on. Okay. Cool beans. Yeah, that is the same basis of stuff that's like in Astoria. How they're like the cars themselves can't be parked on the sky. Hello. We get into those things with our counterparts. But yeah, look at how the houses are. Yeah, that's also at a part like I'm talking about also with Crestline. Yeah, those
are level.
Yeah, going all the way down the hill, but then with the orientation of how you have to park your vehicle. And the same is if they were parked along the curb the other way, in respect, vertically, in respect to the horizontal plane at the base. But yeah, it is a trip being in those cities and towns that are like that.
That's crazy. Look at that freaking hill.
Yeah, because you're so the orientation of your body, whether even the country or us being in the concrete, slab.
Yeah,
you're still
you
used to,
run, you probably want to run from the slab into the house just to get some level back, just to get equilibrium flowing.
Yeah, speaking of it, such things, yeah. It's like, okay, I'm good. This is like the basis of my orientation with my body.
From what I hear, California is a beautiful state and they freaking ruining it.
And you want to go down that road because that's the beauty that I hold in my heart. Like when I would go to the beaches and I love the
Oh, wait, you're from California?
Yeah, that was my mainstay. I bring up the ghetto baby San Bernardino, but yeah, I've had my moments to go to the beach, which the beach from Purdue is normally about 70, 80 miles. If you were to go straight to the LA County ones, then going north or south from our flat Earth, then you can go into Orange County, which are the nicer ones, or even more south, towards 100 or more miles away, you can go into San Diego County. But yeah, a lot of beautiful beaches at that time.
I grew up in the beaches too, but we had Rockaway Beach. But my Aunt Connie, she owned they called them bungalows. So they probably have the same thing in California where you can rent out a bungalow for the summer.
Yeah, type deal.
And we were I was at the beach every freaking day. Rockaway Beach was the place. But let me tell you something. You better know how to swim in Rockaway Beach Because if you don't know what you're doing, do not go in that water. Because it's not like you're looking at Manhattan Beach where you're looking across and and you can see Brooklyn. All you're seeing in Rockaway Beach is Atlantic Ocean before you. And let me tell you, it gets pretty chippy over there.
I'm going to round out with that. A huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and Jupas panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.